What's poppin'? I'm Elliot, a software developer from Singapore, and today I'm going to showcase what I've built here, which is a chat with PDF SaaS product. I'm going to teach you how to build it from scratch. So this is a SaaS platform that is a clone of an original product called Chat PDF itself, and how it works is really simple. You can basically drop any PDF you want here, and you're able to use OpenAI to interact with the PDF. So for example, for the first example, let's just take my own resume here. I'm going to upload my own resume. This is going to upload the file into Amazon AWS S3. And then within a few seconds here, we can see that it's hosted on Vercel. And can see that a chat is created with my resume. And we're able to see it updated on the platform. And the magical part is here. I can ask any question and it will have the context of this entire PDF. So let's say I ask a question like, where did Elliot intern at ? So I'm going to zoom in a little so you can see. So when I press enter, right, we can see that there will be a streaming response back from OpenAI itself. And he says that Elliot intern at Relevate Technologies, right? And this is correct. If you see up in the PDF, I did intern at this company called Relevate Technologies. So it's able to get the context of this entire PDF and feed it into OpenAI itself. And usually we can't do that because if you try to feed in the entire document, it might exceed the token count for GPT, like ChatGPT. If you try to paste this entire PDF into it, it might overflow and it won't be able to respond to you. But in this case, it's able to take in the context. So let's ask you another question like, what are some projects that he did? So I send it, and we'll be using Vercel AI SDK for this streaming AI effect. So it's able to list out the PDF, and all of these chat logs are saved into the database. So let's take another function. Let's take another example on how this platform can actually be potentially useful. So one good use case for this PDF function is, let's say I come to any documentation site. So let's say I'm in the Vercel documentation, right? I have this page here, but I don't want to read through it, and I actually want to ask a GPT to interact with this, right? Because the issue is that ChatGPT, if you go to their ChatGPT website, the information are outdated, meaning that whatever you ask, the ChatGPT has only been trained on data up to, I think it was 2021, September or something. So it doesn't have updated information about the updated technology documentation. So if I were to ask about a new feature of Vercel, ChatGPT won't be able to answer that accurately. It will hallucinate. So what I can do is I come down to their documentation, I press Command P, I can save this entire file. Look, I can save this entire file into a PDF. I'm going to press save. Okay, and I'm able to upload this PDF onto my chat PDF platform. So I'm going to wait for it to save, and after that I can come here. I'm going to upload my see this Edge runtime Vercel docs. I'm going to upload it onto the platform, and it will basically allow me to interact with the latest information from whatever document I want. So I can ask like, what is the Vercel Edge runtime about ? So I'm going to send this, and you can see that this information here is pulling directly from the document itself. So it does not hallucinate. Right, it doesn't hallucinate. So that's another good thing about this entire platform here, right? So we're able to see that it's able to pull in the latest information. So not only is this a really useful platform, it's a very useful platform, I'm going to teach you how to build this entire thing from scratch, right? And actually, there's one more feature I want to showcase is that by default, we can actually limit this platform so that users, when they sign in, they can only upload 3 PDFs. And then we'll be able to teach you how to integrate the Stripe API. So we can see manage subscription. We are able to use Stripe to allow them to pay a monthly subscription, $20 a month, and they're able to use this platform unlimited. So I'm going to be teaching you how to do the Stripe integration, and you're actually able to deploy this SaaS product and eventually make a business on it if you want to improve on this platform. So we'll be learning a lot of things today. So there's two main parts of the tech stack. The normal tech stack for the full stack will be using NextJS 13.4. We'll be using a Clerk authentication, right? So it's a new authentication library that makes Google authentication, all type of authentication super easy, right? We'll be using DrizzleORM and a NeonDB. So NeonDB is it's a serverless Postgres database. So we'll be using that instead, and we'll be using the newest kit on the block, DrizzleORM. So this is in comparison to PrismaDB. Right? Prisma is another ORM, but this one I'll be using Drizzle, and I'll actually explain why we're going to use Drizzle later on. Then obviously we'll be using Stripe API for the SaaS product integration. And lastly, we'll be uploading all our files to AWS S3. So I'll teach you how to use the S3 bucket also. This for the file storage. For the AI tech stack, I'll be teaching you how to use Pinecone DB, LangChain, OpenAI, and the new Vercel AI SDK. So I'll be going in depth on how to actually use these tools to actually create that custom context PDF thing. And so Pinecone DB is a DB to store a vector embeddings of our documents. LangChain is what ties together the OpenAI and the Pinecone DB. And OpenAI is obviously the GPT model that actually creates the large language model for us to use. So I'll explain a lot more in depth later on. So we just need to know that I'll be teaching you how to use this tech stack. So the new main concepts that I want to teach in this video is the edge runtime environment. So what's the edge runtime? The edge runtime is, if you come back to exactly the Vercel docs that we saw just now. So the edge runtime is in comparison to the normal Node.js environment. So edge runtime is, let me draw it by this explanation. So imagine this whole thing is the globe, is the whole world, right? And let's say I have these two continents, Asia and America. Obviously they're not to scale and there are other continents, but I just want to demonstrate something. So a normal, let's say when you deploy a normal function, a normal endpoint to Vercel or a server, the server will live somewhere in the world that you choose, that is closest to your users. So let's say a lot of your users are close to Asia, you ideally set up your server in Asia so that whoever makes requests to the server will be able to quickly get the response back, so to ensure the best user experience. However, what if someone from America wants to make a request to your server, is to travel all the way down to Asia and then get the response back. So it will make the whole experience very slow. So that's the traditional serverless environment thing. So what the edge runtime does is, instead of packaging up and deploying the server to only one location, it actually is able to duplicate the code and actually deploy the execution environment onto CDNs. So CDNs are content delivery networks, meaning they are small machines that is distributed all around the world, right? And basically it allows for a very fast user experience. So wherever your users are, they are able to find a server, a CDN that's closest to them. And so when they make the request, no matter where you are in the world, it's going to be super fast. So why the trade-off of being able to deploy all around the world and making it super fast, the trade-off is that edge runtime usually have a smaller package size. Meaning, let's say we come back to the edge runtime, let's look at their trade-off. So edge functions run on edge runtime, right? So the edge runtime does not expose all the Node APIs. Meaning, right, the power of Node.js is that it has a lot of packages on NPM, right? So you're able to use all the NPM packages on a normal serverless environment, right? But if you're using the edge runtime, you're sacrificing the speed for you're sacrificing the packages for the speed. So there will be a lot of restriction in terms of the APIs that you're able to use. But if you sacrifice that and you use their supported APIs like the fetch API and the request response, all this, if you're able to sacrifice that, you're able to get a very, very fast response time for your application, right? So the reason why I brought up the edge runtime is because today I'll be teaching you how to deploy all your AI services on the edge runtime. So OpenAI has actually created a lot of initiative and a lot of these different packages, especially the Vercel AI SDK. They have started a lot of initiative to move these AI packages up to the edge, to make it edge compatible, meaning that a lot of these AI applications will be able to run on the edge, right? Furthermore, the reason why we chose DrizzleORM is because DrizzleORM is compatible on the edge, right? So I don't think Prisma DB is still compatible on the edge. Therefore, we are not able to use Prisma for this project. So I'll be teaching you how to use DrizzleORM to interact with your database. Then the second new concept that I want to check is the retrieval augmented generation. So this is RAG, retrieval augmented generation, is a concept within a large language model, right? It's an AI framework for retrieving facts from an external knowledge base to ensure that the large language model have accurate information. So instead of the ChatGPT just hallucinating up information, we're able to give it a certain context, in this case the PDF, such that it's able to generate accurate, up-to-date information. So that's what a retrieval augmented generation is within the context of this project. So I'll be going much more in depth on how to build the proper RAG framework for our application. Alright, so with that, let's actually begin the development of this platform. So the first thing here what I'm going to do is I'm going to come out and open up our terminal, and let's initialize a new Next.js project by doing npx create -next app add laters with the TypeScript flag. So let's press enter, and it's going to ask us for the project name. So let's call it chats.pdf -YouTube. So we'll be using ESLint. Tailwind CSS, we're going to be using the source directory, and this is the new 13.4 app router. We're going to leave everything as the default, and we're going to wait for it to install, and then we'll come back soon. Okay, so after we have initialized the project, let us actually cd into the chat pdf-youtube, and let us open up in our code editor by doing code dot, which will open up in VS Code. Okay, so the first thing here, what I'm going to do is, let me open my terminal, and let's just do npm run dev, so that we can make sure that the project is up and running. So let me come back to our browser, and I'm going to open up localhost 3000. So I'm going to try to develop it on alongside here. I'll move it to the right of the screen and open up my VS Code here. Okay, awesome. So right now we have our Next.js 13.4 project up and running. Okay, so the first step I'm going to do is I'm going to come down to my directory. So under the source, we can see that there's a new app folder here. And how the routing works within Next.js 13.4 is that under the app router, right, this page.tsx is a special file. Whenever you name the page.tsx, it's going to look at the file structure of it and determine the root layout. So right now, this page.tsx lives at the root app folder. Therefore, it is mapped to this slash root. Okay, so this app.tsx actually corresponds to this page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete everything here. And let me just return a normal h1, right, that says hello world. And let's give you a class name of text rate 600 to test out Tailwind CSS. So if we save it, we can see that now it works. Alright, that's good. So now that Tailwind CSS is set up, let us actually set up Shadcn. So Shadcn is a component library that's built on top of Tailwind CSS. So it's based on Radix UI, which is a accessibility library. So if we come to Radix UI, we can see that it is it's a component library that gives you the accessibility features out of the box, right? But these are unstyled. That means that by default, Radix UI is not styled components. So to apply style on it, that's where Shadcn comes in. So Shadcn uses Tailwind CSS to style those accessible components for us to use. Alright, so to actually start using Shadcn, we'll come down to open a new terminal instance. So I'll split the terminal here, and let me just move this to the side, and let us do npx shadcn -ui at latest. We're gonna do init. So it's gonna initialize the configuration for our styling. So we'll be using TypeScript. We'll be using the default style. We'll leave the base color as just slate. And for globals.css, if we come down to our directory, we can see that under this app, we got this globals.css, right? I'm gonna delete this. So because we want Shadcn to control our styling needs, I'm gonna delete this globals.css. Then I'm gonna come down to my terminal, and I'm gonna enter. It's asking where's my globals.css, so I'll do /source/app/globals.css. So it's gonna replace the global CSS that we have. So we'll be using CSS variables, and our tailwind.config, we can see that it lives at the root here, tailwind.config.ts. So let's just enter tailwind.config.ts. And lastly, we'll leave the import alias for components and utils as it is. And we'll be using React Server components, and proceed to write the configuration to components.json. Okay, so let me just refresh the page. Okay, so right now we can see that everything's working fine. Okay, so let me close it down. So Shadcn has created a components.json here that contains all configurations for our Shadcn components. It has also created our globals.css, which includes the Tailwind styles and also the Shadcn default CSS variables here. And lastly, we can see that it created a new lib folder, and under that it has created a utils.ts for us. And this is just a Tailwind utility class function, so that we can actually use conditional Tailwind styling much more easier. So I'll go through how to use this function later on. And lastly, it has created a components folder for us. So to begin using Shadcn, let's render out the button. Okay. So to install the button, how it works is you have to come down to your terminal, and whenever you want to use a new component from Shadcn, you have to do npx shadcn -ui at latest add button. So you have to add the individual components. Right? So this ensures that whatever components that you don't need from Shadcn will not be installed. So I can press Y to install the components into our folder. If I come back to my directory, we can now see that under the components folder, I have a new UI folder. This UI is going to contain all the Shadcn components. So this is where Shadcn defines the button for us. We don't need to actually touch this file. We just need to know that it exists and we can use it. So how do we actually use this button from Shadcn? So let's come back to our page. So instead of returning a hello world, I'm going to return a button. So we can see as we type out, the button will be imported from components/UI/button. So I'm going to press enter to auto import, and I can just say click me. I'm going to save it, and now we can see that the Shadcn is properly configured. So that's excellent. Alright, next up, let's set up Clerk authentication. So in our original application, we can see that the authentication is handled by Clerk. So I can sign out, right, and it is managed. And if I want to actually log in, I can press login to get started. So then this will lead us to the Clerk sign-in page. So I can sign up with GitHub or Google. So in this case, I'm going to continue with GitHub. Then basically it will lead me back to my homepage, and I'll be able to get my user information. And then we can see that it has brought us back to the original application. So to set up Clerk, let us go to just search ClerkAuth, and then it should be the first link, so clerk.com. So I'm going to move this to the side first. So the first step here is let us actually log in. So if you have not created an account, please do so. After you have done that, we can actually come to our let's just zoom out, and then we can go to the console, the dashboard. So let's press the dashboard, and then we can come in and create a new application. So click on add application, and in this case, let's name it to chat PDF -YouTube. Okay, -YouTube. So you can choose how your users will sign in. In this case, I'm going to toggle off email address, right? So we just want to allow them to use Google or GitHub. So you can add however you want. You can add Microsoft, whatever you want. So I'm going to just choose this tool for demonstration purposes. Then we'll click on create application. So let me just split my screen again. So now that we got a publishable and secret key, we have to copy these two environment variables into our .env file. So come back to your directory, and at the base of your directory, let's create a new .env file to store all our environmental variables. Right. So one more thing, just in case we forget, let's go into our git ignore, and then let us enter our .env. So we don't want Git to actually track our .env file, so we don't want to push these environment variables up to GitHub. So save the git.gitignore, and now we can copy these two lines of code into the environment. So this will define the two Clerk API keys for us to use. So let's save the env and we'll close it up. Now let's press continue in doc so that we can follow their instruction. So we'll be using Clerk with Next.js, so we can just follow this. So let me just close this out. So the first step here is actually to install their package. So let's npm install at clerk-next.js. So let's install that. So then the second step is to put the environment keys, which we have already done. So now the third step is actually to mount this Clerk provider. So what I'm going to do is, once it has finished install, I'm going to come out to my layout.tsx. Alright, so under my layout.tsx, I am going to basically put in the Clerk provider. So here I'm going to do a few things first. So right now we can see that, okay, it has finished installing. So in my layout.tsx, this file is the one that wraps my entire application. So you can see these children represents my entire application. So whatever metadata here we can add, we can wrap this entire application here. So for this metadata, I'm going to delete the description. So for the title here, this corresponds to whatever title you see on the tab itself. So I'm going to name it to chat PDF YouTube. So if I save it, now you can see that the tab title has updated. Then under here, I'm going to add the Clerk provider, right? So the first thing I'm going to do is, let me see if I can auto import. So I'm going to import Clerk provider. So it doesn't auto import. So let's just manually import the Clerk provider from at clerk/next.js. So Clerk provider, and then I'm going to wrap my entire application with this Clerk provider. Okay, then I'm going to save it. So after adding this Clerk provider, so let's see what else we need to do. So we have wrapped the entire Clerk provider, and lastly here is we need to protect our application. So we need to create this middleware.ts file. So come down to our folder, and in our root directory, in our source folder, so under source, create a file called middleware.ts, right? So this middleware.ts is a special file, right, such that in here we can define code that will run before every route, right? So let's say you navigate to a route to /home or /API/chat, right? Before you hit the endpoint, the code within this middleware file will run first. So let's just copy in the code from clerk. We'll copy in. So let me explain what it does. So this config, right, that specifies the matches. So this matcher is basically a bunch of regex to specify when this middleware should run. So it will run whenever we are hitting a slash endpoint, or whenever we hit like slash API with a star character. So this array will basically dictate when this code will run. And then here, this is the auth middleware that's imported from clerk, right? So this this code here will actually then run the necessary logic to protect our roots. So by right now, all the roots are private. So I cannot even access a slash. I cannot even access the slash. So now if I save it here and I refresh the page, we see that it should redirect me to the clerk page because it's a protected route. And in this case, it does. Right? So we can see that it's redirected to their hosted domain, right? And it's asking us to sign in to our chat PDF-YouTube, right? So we actually want to make the slash route into a public route. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to come down here into our auth middleware. So within this auth middleware, I can pass in some options. So one of the object is the public root. Public root is an array, so I can define what roots I want to be public. In this case, I'm going to just specify the slash root to be public. So then when I come back here to my localhost 3000, instead of kicking me to the sign in page, I'll be authorized to visit this route. So this is a public route. So I don't have to be logged in order to view this page. Okay, so now that we have set up a clerk, let's actually begin creating the home page here. Alright, so I'm going to just start out the div. So the first thing here is actually to mark it async. So this async will make sure that it's a server component. So this entire code block is going to run once on the server to generate the HTML code. Then this HTML code is going to be directly sent back to the client for it to be rendered. So this is a server component. So I'm going to just the first thing here is to create the outer div. It's going to have a width of a screen and the minimum height of a screen. And also, let's create the background gradient. So I searched up Tailwind CSS BG gradient, and basically I found this website called Hypercolor that basically gives you all these options for gradients, and you're able to customize it and copy the Tailwind CSS to your file itself. So I've already found one that I like, so I'm going to paste it in here. So it's going to be bg-gradient to right from rows 100 to teal 100. So if we save it, now we've got this nice background going on here. So within this div, let us create an outer div that centers everything in the center. So we'll do absolute, position absolute. We'll give you a top of half, left of half, then offset it back by negative translate half and negative translate y of half. So this will center anything within it into the center of the screen. So that's nice. So now let's actually create the text. So within this div, let's have a new div called flex column. We'll have items of center and text of center. Okay. Within this div, let's create another div, right, with a class name of flex and items dash center. Within here, we'll have a h1 that says chat with any PDF. So let's save it first. We give this h1 a class name of margin of 3, text of 5XL, and font of semi-bold. So let's save it, and now we have a nice title showing up here. Below the h1, I'm going to show the user button. So now we can see that there's this user button whenever I'm signed in that shows my information and I can manage my account. And this is a component provided by Clerk itself that I can sign out also. So this component is called user button, right? I can import it from a Clerk /NextJS itself, right? So we'll import that, and we can pass in one option for after sign out URL. So whenever they click sign out, where do you want to redirect them to? So I'm going to redirect them back to the original URL, so it's the same page basically. So I'm going to save it. So right now we can see that nothing shows because we are not signed in. So this user button will only show when you're signed in. Okay, so that's normal. So then below this div that shows a chat with any PDF, let's create another div called flex and give you a margin top of 2. Alright, within here we'll show a button that says go to chats. So let's save it first. Right, so this button will show so that they are able to go to their chats if they are signed in. So actually, how do we check whether they are signed in? So actually Clerk also provides us with another very nice utility function called auth. So we can import this auth function from Clerk, right? We'll invoke it. So we have to await the call here first, and we'll be able to get back a user ID. So I'm able to get back a lot of different things, right? But one of these things is the user ID. So if the login, this user ID will resolve to a string, right? Is either a string or null. But if it's null, that means they are not authenticated. So we can bind it to a variable called is auth. This will be double negation of user ID. So if it is not null, if it is null, this will turn it into a boolean, and this is auth now is a boolean itself. So you can use a boolean. So it's whether they are logged in or not. So underneath here, we actually want to only show this if they're authenticated. So if they're authenticated, then we let them go to the chats page. So right now we're not authenticated, therefore it's hidden. Okay, so that's good. So then underneath this div, let us have a paragraph tag that just says join millions of students, researchers, and professionals to instantly answer questions and understand research with AI. So let's save that. It's just a nice tagline below it. So let's give this paragraph tag some styling. So we'll give you a max width of Excel, margin top of 2, text of large, and text slates of 600. So if we save that, we got a nice styling here. So actually just let me change it to margin top of 1, because I think it's a bit too big right now. Margin top of 1. Okay, that's good. Then underneath the paragraph tag, right, so we still just above the 3 closing tags, let's have a new div that is a width of full and margin top of 4. Okay, so this part here is gonna be what is gonna be the file upload page, right? So I'm gonna just check if is auth. So if they're authenticated, right, then it makes sense for me to show a file upload component. So I'm gonna create that file upload component later. However, if they're not authenticated, let us actually link them to the sign in page. So I'm gonna import this link from next/link, and within this link, let us just have a button that says login to get started. So this link component is gonna have a href to /sign in. So let's save it. So I still haven't created this sign in route, right? So I'm gonna create that soon. And this sign in page is basically a Clerk page so that they are able to see and log in with their Google or GitHub, right? So log in to get started. And let me just add a icon just below this button, right? So within this button, let me add a component called login. So for the components, let us actually download the package called npm install lucid-react. So this lucid react is basically a React package that gives us a lot of nice icons for us to use. So let me just do login again. So let me just import it manually, right? So import from lucid-react. Okay, and then there should be a login component here, login icon. So let me just import it, login, and let's save this. And right now we can see that there's a nice button here. So let me just style it a little. So let's give you a width of 4, height of 4, and a margin left of 2. Okay, so now it looks much nicer. Okay, so then finally, underneath this div, we can add an image. So in case you want to showcase like your application product, you can just add a screenshot of your image down here. So just in case for demonstration, I won't add it here, but it's a really simple function to add. Okay, so now let's actually create the login route, right? So one more thing we need to add, right, is if we come down to our come back to our .env file, we can actually define a few things for Clerk to take into consideration. So let's come back to clerk.com and let's actually view the documentation again. So I'm gonna come back to my console. So I'm gonna expand this out a little bit more. So come back to our dashboard. Let me expand this. So dashboard, and come back to our Clerk PDF -YouTube, and let's come down to our continue in docs. So we have already set up the provider, we've protected our application. So last thing here is actually to create the environment variables to define where our sign in and sign up pages are. So I'm going to copy these 4 variables into my .env file over here. So I'm going to copy it just below here, right? So let me just add a comment that says this is for the clerk environment variables. All right. So with this 4 variables, so it defines where our sign-in page is, where our sign-up page is, and where to go after we have signed in and signed up. Okay, so we'll just leave it as default. So if you want to change it, let's say you want to bring them to a dashboard after they have signed in, you can just easily change it to /dashboard. And then whenever clerk signs you in, it will automatically navigate you to dashboard. So let's save it. So how do we actually create these sign-in files? Right, so if you come up to our 5th step here, right, we can build our own sign-in and sign-up pages. So let's come down to our directory. So the first step is come down to our app folder, and let's create a folder called sign-up. Within this sign-up, create another folder called double square brackets .sign-up. Then within this folder, let's create a page.tsx. Then this page.tsx, we can just import the sign-up component from clerk itself. So this sign-up component has the pre-style from clerk itself. So let me save that, and let us do the same for the sign-in page. So come down to our app, and let us create a new folder called sign-in. Within it, let's create the .sign-in wildcard, and then let's create page.tsx. So page.tsx is a special file name. So we'll do the same for the sign-in. We'll import it from clerk itself and just return it. Okay, so now that everything is completed, if you come back to our YouTube, and we can see that when we hover over it, we can see that it's being brought us to our sign-in page. So let me click on that, and by right, it should bring us to our /sign-in, and it is basically showing us this default. We are showing this default component from clerk. So let me just center this component in the center. So I'm going to just return a wrapping div with a position absolute. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this into sign-in. So let's have this class name of absolute, top of half, left of half, negative translate x of half, negative translate y of half. So let me save it, and now we can see the sign-in page is brought to the bottom. So I'm going to delete this semicolon. So then we can press continue with GitHub, or we can go to the sign up page. So if you come back to the sign up page, we are shown the sign up screen here. So I'm going to do the same. I'm going to copy over this div to our sign up page, right? So I'm going to just wrap this entire thing, and then within here, let me just close this div, and then now it's also centered. So I'm going to sign in with my just Google account, continue with Google, and we can choose which account you want to sign in with, and by right, this should navigate us back to our stash page. So now we can see that we have been signed in, right? So now we can see that our user button being shown here, and we can see that since we are logged in, the file upload component is being shown. So that's perfect. Okay, so now that we have set up clerk, we can see that we can manage our account and even sign out. So all these functionalities are provided by clerk in a very simple to use API. Okay, so the next step here is actually let us set up our database. So for the database, you'll be using a Neon DB. So come down to Neon DB, right? We can see that Neon is a serverless branchable Postgres database. I'm going to open it here a bit more. So to actually create the database, so you have to sign up or sign in. So I've already signed up with my GitHub account, so I'm going to sign in. So underneath the project, you get one free project for this database. So you just have to come down and press create new project. So for the name, let me just name it as chat PDF -YouTube. For just Postgres version, just leave it. And for the region, choose one that is nearest to you. In this case, I'm going to choose Singapore. For the rest, just leave the configurations default and just press create project. So now we can see that the project has been created, and the database has also been created for us really quickly. So now we just need to save this string to our environmental variables. So copy whatever database URL you have here. Come down to your VS Code. Come down to your .env file, and below here, let me just initialize this variable called database _URL, and let's just paste it in. So make sure there's no white lines, and make sure there's no white spaces behind. Okay, so one more thing here you might need to add is come down here at the end, right? You need to add this you have to add a config called SSL require. So let me just check here. Yeah, so you're gonna add one question mark and just do SSL mode equals to require. So this is just for this is so that our connection is secure and so that our DrizzleORM is able to connect to our Neon database. So after you're done, just save it and close it back out. Okay, so now that we have our Neon setup, let's close the tab. We don't need it anymore. And now let's actually set up the DrizzleORM. So if we are not sure what Drizzle is, DrizzleORM is a TypeScript object relational mapper. So what's an object relational mapper? It's just a way for you to interact with our database without using SQL. So it also gives us that type safety and makes dealing with database calls much easier. And why we chose DrizzleORM over Prisma is that Prisma is known to be much slower, and also Prisma is not edge compatible. And in this case, DrizzleORM is a new ORM that is edge compatible. So let's actually set it up. So go under your file directory, and we need to create a new a library for this, a lib. So come under your lib and let us create a database folder. So name it DB, and within this DB folder, in the lib folder, create a new file called index.ts. Okay, so this is where we can set up our DrizzleORM. So the first thing here, we need to actually install the Drizzle packages, right? So let me just close it and open our terminal, and let's install the Drizzle by doing npm install drizzle-orm. Okay, and then we need one more thing. We need the npm install at neon database /serverless. So this is for the adapter between the Neon and also our DrizzleORM. So while waiting for that to deploy, to install, let's come down to our index.ts. So the first thing here is actually let's import a few things from at neon database /serverless. So we need the actual neon function to connect to our database, and then also we need a neon config. So we can set neon config .fetch connection cache equals to true, so that it caches the connections that's being set. And then underneath that, let's actually check. So if we don't have a database URL, so if not process.env.database_URL, we can just throw an error, a new error that says DB database URL is not found. So if we have a database URL, then we can connect the SQL server using the neon function, and we can connect it to our process.env.database URL. Okay, then underneath here we can just do export const db. So this db variable is what is gonna be used to interact with our database. So we can call functions like select star from whatever table we want. So this db will be calling Drizzle. So this Drizzle, let's import it. So import. So let's just move it down here. So import from DrizzleORM /neon http. Okay, so we need to just import the Drizzle function. So this Drizzle is gonna take in SQL, and then we need a schema file. So we need a schema because this schema defines the shape of our database. So let me save this in index.ts. Come down to your folder again. We need this db file. Let's create a schema.ts. Okay, so this schema.ts is gonna where all our table definitions are gonna go, right? So the first thing is I'm gonna import a few things from the DrizzleORM-PG core. So PG core stands for Postgres core. So it's gonna contain a lot of different utilities from Postgres database. So it contains things like integer or like a PG table. So we need a PG table function, and we also let's actually start creating the tables. So for the data models, right, we need first thing we need is a chat. So a chat table, the chat table is gonna contain this individual stuff. So if you go to chats, we can see that each chat is an individual row within the database. So when we go into chats, we can see that we have all these chats, right? 10 plus chats. Each chat is going to be one row within the database. So each chat will contain the name of the PDF, the URL to the PDF, the user ID related, whoever created the chat, and also whatever chats that is gonna hold. So let's create that. So the first thing here is we can export const chats, right? It's gonna be a new PG table, a new Postgres table. It's gonna have a chat name within the database itself, right? And then for the second function, the second parameter, here's where we can define the columns for this Postgres table. So this is just how the DrizzleORM works. So we're gonna have an ID, right? This is gonna be a serial. So we can import serial from PG core, right? Make sure it's imported from PG core, right? We'll have a column name of ID, and we'll make this a primary key. Okay, then we'll have a PDF name, right? So this PDF name is what is shown here in the sidebar, right? This is gonna be let's put it as a text. So this text also comes from PG core. It's gonna be named PDF name, and we'll set it as not null. So make sure that this name cannot be null. We have a PDF URL, which is also mapped to a text of PDF URL, and we make sure this is not null also. And we have a created at field, right? This is gonna be a timestamp field from PG core itself, and we'll just make sure it is not null, and also we can default to null. So whenever we create, it's gonna default this column to the timestamp null. Then lastly, we need a user ID field. So this user ID will be pointing to the clerk user ID. So let's just put it as varchar. So this varchar also from PG core. So let's name it as user ID. We can give it a length of, let's say, 256 characters, and make sure that this is not null also. Lastly, we need a file key. A file key, which is gonna be just a text field, and we'll name it file key and make sure it's not null. So this file key is for when we are retrieving the file from S3. So you can see that we have this PDF thing, right? So this PDF maps to a resource within the S3 bucket. So we can use this file key to actually ID the file within S3. So after we have chats, let's also create a messages. So we can see that each message. Let's say I come down to our Vercel docs, right? We can see that each message here will be saved to the database. So we can also create that table. So let's export a cons messages. It's gonna be a Postgres table. Let's name it messages within the database. And then for the columns, we'll have an ID, which will be a serial of ID, and set it as primary key. Okay. Then we have chat ID. So each message will belong to a chat. So this is how we form the one-to-many relations. So this is gonna be an integer. So this is from PG core itself. We'll name it chat ID, and then it's gonna have dot references. So this is how we use the references variable within DrizzleORM. So what does it reference? It takes in a callback function, and it just returns the chats.id. So this is how we make sure that this chat ID actually does a foreign key reference back to this chats.id. Okay, and make sure that it's not null also. And then we have a content. So this is a message content. Let's name it as text. Name it content, and make sure that it's not null. Okay, then two more things. We need the created at. So it's gonna be the same up here. So it's gonna be a timestamp, not null, and also defaults to the current timestamp. And lastly, we need a row. So this row can either be a user or a system. So we want to create an enum for that. So to create an enum, we can actually come up here and do export cons user system enum. So this can be a PG enum from PG core itself, right? So we're gonna name it a user underscore system dash enum. So this is gonna be the mapping within the database itself. And here we can pass in an array of what we want the enum to be. So this will log in the field so that it can either be from a system or from the user. So if the row here is a system, that means that this message is being sent by GPT. If the row here is user, right, then we know it's a user message. So we can just make this more type safe by creating an enum within it. So for this row, it'll just be a user system enum, name it row, right, and then we'll set it as not null. Okay, you can also set a default value, right? We can see that it gives us the IntelliSense to either system or user. Okay, so now that we have all this, we can just save the file. Okay, so now that we have saved the file, how do we actually make sure that this schema here is pushed up to the Neon database, right? So for that, we actually need another tool from Drizzle. It's called DrizzleKit, right? So there's two things, there's two parts to Drizzle, right? There's the DrizzleORM package itself. This DrizzleORM is what is interacting with our database, but there's also a DrizzleKit package. This DrizzleKit provides us with utility functions to create migrations and to make sure that all our database is synced up with this schema here. Okay, so with that, let's actually install the DrizzleKit. So npm install drizzle-kit. So let's install that. So this DrizzleKit will allow us to push it up. So one more thing that we need is that in our folder here, in our root folder, let us actually create that. Actually, let's save this schema first, and then in our root folder, let's create a drizzle.config.ts. So this config.ts is gonna hold the Drizzle configuration on how we want to tell Drizzle where our schema file lives in. So the first thing here is let's import a type called from DrizzleKit itself. So this type will import as config, so it gives us some type annotations for the configuration object. Okay. Then after here, we need to export a default configuration object, and we can say that satisfy config, right? So this object makes sure that it will satisfy config, and if we press Ctrl space, we get all these different type annotations as to what configurations are available. So the first thing we need is the driver. The driver is gonna be PG Postgres, right? The second thing here is we need the schema. So this variable will tell this DrizzleKit where the schema actually lives in, so that whenever we push our schema, right, so eventually we can run a command within our terminal called npx drizzle-kit push pg. So this will take a look at our schema and then make sure that our database in Neon is synced up with our schema. So to tell it the schema, let us actually do /source. So it's taking from the current path itself. So it's going to go into our source folder, come to the source folder, come to our lib folder, into db to schema.ts. So make sure that whatever file here matches your file structure. So it'll be under /source lib/db/schema.ts. Right. And then lastly, we need the db credentials. We need this db credentials, right? We have a connection string, and this one we want to get it from process.env.database URL. Okay. So Next.js actually doesn't provide this env here right now, because right now I want to observe that you see inside this source, all the files within this source folder will have access to the env variable. However, any files that's outside this source folder will not have access to the process.env database URL that's defined within .env, right? So to actually load this .env, we actually need to install another package called npm install.env. So with this .env package, we can load the env file into our process.env. So let's just import star as .env from .env. Then we'll call .env.config, right? We'll pass the path to be .env. So basically what this does is it will look at this .env file that lives in the same directory here. So we can see .env. It's going to load all these variables, including this database URL. It's going to load it into this file, and then we can access this process.env.database URL. So now that I've completed everything, let's save it. Okay, now we can actually do the pushing of the schema up to the Neon database. So I'm going to just do npx drizzle-kit drizzle-kit. We can do push and then specify your database. So it'll be PG, stands for Postgres. So let's press enter, and hopefully this will read in our you see it's able to read in our drizzle config.ts, right? And it's gonna try to push. So one more thing I forgot, we actually need to come into our ts config, right? Sorry. So we need to come into our ts config. So you see this target, instead of ES5, we have to move it to ES6 instead. So let's save it, and with that, let's actually try again. So let me just drizzle-kit push, and now we can see changes applied. So what it's saying that it has actually pushed our tables. So it has run our commands like create table, and it has pushed it up to our Neon. So to make sure that it has worked, right, I can actually come out to the terminal, and I can do npx drizzle-kit studio. So this will open up in a studio itself. So PG is not imported, so we need to install this PG package also. So npm install PG. So this DrizzleKit Studio will open up a in-browser database client for you. So let's try again. So let's open the studio, and now you can see that the studio is up and running on this port. So let's open this port. Okay, let's open it here. Open in our browser, and you can see that it has a nice interface for us to interact with our user models. So if you come down here, we can see that the chats and messages table has been created. So these chats and messages, we can see that the schema, this chat ID content creator at, is coming from our schema.ts. So we have made sure that all our schema has been properly migrated up to the Neon database. So that's perfect. Everything is up and running, and we are good to go. So let me just close this Drizzle Studio, and then we can continue working on the other parts. Okay, so that's excellent. So now that we have set up Drizzle and our database, let's actually create the file upload component that we see here, this drop PDF function here. So I'm going to expand it a little bit here. Let me just collapse our terminal, clear up everything. So let's actually create a new component. Come down our source, come down to our components. Let's create a new component called a file upload.tsx. So this is going to house our file upload component. So I'm going to initialize it by doing tsrafce. So this snippet is from an extension. So let me search out the extension. I think it's called ES7 EN7 snippets or something. ES7 React snippets, ES7 React Redux snippets. So this snippet gives us the ability to just type in tsrafce, and it generates the React component for us. Okay, so for this file upload here, isn't not gonna take in any props. Right? And this is gonna be a client component. So let's put this use client. So if you're not sure, so this for any component that requires interactivity, like a on-click function on a button, or let's say you're trying to drag in a file that basically renders on the client, and then it requires you to use state. Right. So let's say if you're using a function that you're using a component that requires the use state function from React, then we have to convert this into a client component. Okay, so that this component will be rendered on the client. So to actually create this styling, so we need to install a library called npm install react drop zone. So this will create that file upload drop utility for us. So with that drop zone installed, let's actually import it. So import use drop zone from react-drop zone. Okay, so let's actually create the styling for this, right? So for this, I'm gonna just return a normal div with a class name of padding of 2, background of white, and rounded-xl. So let me save it first, and let's actually import the component into our page. So come back to our app.tsx. So wherever we see this file upload, I'm just gonna import the upload file. Is it file upload or file? Okay, it's file upload. So import it from our components. So let's save it, and now we can see that we have a component that's showing up here. So right now it's this bg white that is showing. So within this div, let's actually style it properly. Okay, so we'll have another div. Right. Within this div, we're gonna actually store our file input. So we'll have an input variable here, input in component, and then actually let us also destructure a few things from the React drop zone so that we can properly style it. So we actually need to destructure a few things from use drop zone itself by calling it. So what is it gonna return? It's gonna return us with two things: get root props and also get input props. So these two props we have to pass into our input field and also our div field, such that you have the proper props to handle the file upload. Okay, so within this inner div, right? So we have this inner div. Let's pass in the ... get root props. Just invoke it, and for this input, we also need to pass in ... get input props, invoke it, and save it. So right now it doesn't show up yet, but let me try pressing on it. Okay, see, it doesn't show up. So for this div, for this get root props, let's pass in an object. We can pass in more attributes. Let's say class name. So we can properly style this class, this div properly. So let's give you a border of a dash. So it has the dash border look, border dash 2, rounded XL, cursor pointer. That's why we hover over it, right? BG gray of 50, padding y of 8. Let's give you a flex. Justify center, items dash center, and then let's give you a flex call. So let's save it, and now we have this nice input box here. So when we hover over it, you can see it turns our cursor into this cursor pointer, and if you click on it by right, it should show this input field. Okay, so it opens up our file explorer, which is good. Okay, so then underneath the input here, we want to show a thing here. So let us create a fragment, and let us upload a inbox So this is the inbox icon from Lucid React. Let's give it a style of width of 10, height of 10, text blue of 500, text blue of 500, and below the inbox, let's just have a paragraph tag that says drop PDF here. Let's give you a class name of margin top of 2, text of small, and text dash slate dash 400. So if you save it, now we got this drop PDF here showing up properly. Okay, so that's good. So now let us actually add the file upload feature. So for this use drop zone, right, we can pass in an object. So we can pass in some parameters within it to tell how to behave. So we can accept. So we're asking what type of files do we want to accept from the users, right? So it's gonna accept an application / PDF, right? It's gonna accept an array which is only says p.pdf. So this is the syntax to make sure that users can only upload .pdf files. Okay, and then we want to pass in max files of 1, so they can only upload one file maximum. And then we can pass in a callback, right? So we can pass in a on drop. So whenever they drop a file or when they pass in a file, we can actually get the accepted files. And let's just console.log accepted files. So let me save it. So let me just expand it a little bit bigger. So I'm gonna open up my console here, right? So open up my console. So let me just clear that out. So let's say now we press drop PDF, and let's drop so we can see that only PDF files are allowed. So I'm gonna edit this, and whenever we drop it, we can see now that we have this array of files. So this is what the accepted files variable shows. So it's going to be an array of files. So the file that we want is living in the first index, and it just contains all the information like the name, the path, the size of it, and also the type. So later we'll be using this file object to upload this file onto our AWS S3. Alright, so now that we have the files set up, let's actually upload it to AWS S3. So to set up the AWS S3 account, come to your, just search AWS, right? And then just go into Amazon Web Service, right? So cloud computing service, and you want to create an account and log into the console dashboard. So just press sign in the console or sign up for the console if you haven't. So you can sign up with email, right? So after you have signed in, you have to log in as a root user, and you come back to the console home. So come down to the search bar and just search for S3. So S3 stands for Simple Storage Service, so SSS S3. So click into it, and what I want to do is create a new bucket. Okay, so come down here and just press create bucket. So for the bucket name, just name it whatever you want, but it has to be unique globally. So let's just name it chat PDF -YouTube. Okay, the region, choose one that is closest to you, and make sure you remember which region you chose. So for me, I'm gonna choose Singapore. Here, AP Southeast 1. So remember this AP Southeast 1. And then object ownership, just choose ACL disabled. Yeah, come down to choose uncheck this. So we want to block all public access, so uncheck it, then come down here, just acknowledge. Bucket versioning, just disable, and then everything else can be disabled. Yeah, so advanced setting, just leave it as blank, as default, and so everything just leave it as default. So now you successfully created the bucket. So for now we still need to change something. So we need to actually make all the objects to be public. So come to chat PDF -YouTube permissions, not properties, permissions, right? Block public access. So right now it's off, right? Under div bucket policy, I need to press edit, right? So this is a JSON configuration to make sure that is to tell people who can access the files that are stored in this bucket. Alright, so for this policy, you want to make sure that everyone can not edit, but everyone can access this. So just set up an object in here. So they'll have a version, right? This version will be 2012-10-17. Okay, and then for the statesman, right? This will be an array, right? And the first item in the array will be another object, right? So this object will have SID of public read gets object. Okay, then you have an effect of allow. They have a principle of star, and then we have an action of S3, gets object. So make sure you got the spelling and all the capitalization all correct. And lastly, we have this resource. This resource will have ARN colon AWS colon S3, then 3 colons. Then you have to enter the name of your bucket. So this chat.pdf-youtube/star. Okay. So with that, make sure that everything is looks correct. So this has to be resource. Okay. So after you have saved that, just come down here, scroll down, and just press save changes. Okay. So now our bucket policy has been updated. So we've updated bucket policy. Come down to CORS. So this CORS object is important so that we can actually upload files from our local host or from our Vercel URL. So this CORS, we have to go and edit it. And so this is another JSON object to tell AWS who can actually upload files. So this is gonna be an array actually. So it's gonna be an array. Within the first item in the array, right? Let us put in allowed headers. This is gonna be an array, and let's put star. So make sure we can allow all the headers. Then we need the allowed methods to be another array of put, post, delete, and lastly get. Okay, so let's style this properly. And then under the allowed methods, we need allowed origins. So this is to make sure that we can allow different URLs to upload to the AWS S3. So let's put star so that all the URLs is able to upload. And then we have lastly expose headers. Just leave it as an empty array. So this to make sure that okay, so this get has this code. So after we have saving this, let's press save changes. So this CORS is important so that we can properly allow our website to actually upload files to AWS S3. Okay, so now if we come back to our buckets, okay, so now that we have set up AWS S3, let's actually create a function that accepts the local file input and uploads to S3 itself. Okay, so let me expand this back up here. So come down to your folder and let us create under your lib, let's create a new s3.ts. So this s3.ts is going to contain the function to actually load in the S3 configuration. Alright, so first we need to install the actual S3 package. So for that will be npm install AWS SDK. So we make sure that we can interact with the AWS S3 buckets. So import AWS from AWS SDK. Okay, then we want to actually just initialize the S3 bucket, right? To initialize the S3 function itself. So let's export export async function called upload to S3. Okay, so this upload to S3 will accept a file of this file input. So this is a standard web API file type, right? So we can accept this file. So later we pass in this file. So right now if you come to file upload, we can see that this accepted files is an array of file. So we'll eventually call this upload to S3 on this accepted files input. Okay, so what we're gonna do is put it in the try catch block. Okay, so first we're gonna initialize aws.config update. Right, we need to pass in two things. We need to access key ID. For the update, we need the access key ID, right? And also we need a secret access key. Right. So how do we actually get this AWS secret access key and access key ID? So come back to your S3 console. Right. Come back to your console. Right. Come to up to services. Right. You need to search for something called IAM. So this stands for Identity and Access Management. So come under the IAM service. So this is separate from the S3 service that we have explored within the AWS console. Alright. So come down to the IAM console. Now we need to add a new user. So this user is gonna give us that access to actually access the S3 bucket. So then we can create a key pair for this user, and that key pair will be what is used for this access key ID and secret access key. Alright. So come to the sidebar and click on users. Right. Right now we can see that we can create a new user. So just press create user and name it whatever you want. You can just chat bdf-youtube S3. right? So this user will be able to access the S3 bucket, right? So we don't want to provide user access because we are just trying to provide the console access to a just to get the key value. We're not trying to give the access to a person. So uncheck it, then press on next. Then just have to attach policies directly. So search for S3, and basically you want to give it Amazon S3 full access, right? Amazon S3 full access. So check on that box. Then lastly, just press next. Okay, so now that we have granted the full access, we can create the user. So after created the user, come into the user itself, and now we can access the key pairs. So come down to our security credentials, and let us actually do access key. So create access key. So I want you to choose just choose local code for the use case, right? And then press understand the above confirmation and press next. So then you can just give a description tag if you want. In case, we can just leave it blank and create the access keys. So right now we can see that we can just press show. So these two things are what is needed for the S3 access key ID. So come down to your .env. Let's actually paste it in, right? So we'll create a new section called AWS S3. Okay, so within the AWS S3, let us do next public next public AWS S3. Sorry, we don't have to put AWS, just name it what we want. Next public S3 access key ID. So I'm gonna paste in this access key ID here. Okay, and then for the next line, let's name it next underscore public underscore S3 underscore secret access key. Right, then let's paste it in here. So the reason why it has to be prefaced with next public is because we'll be accessing these environment variables from our client, right? Because when we drop the PDF, we'll be uploading the PDF directly from the NextJS client up to S3. Therefore, we need these two variables to be public to our client component. So after we have done that, we can just come back to our code here. So save the env, and so we need these two variables, right? So just copy these two variables and make sure that you paste it in correctly. So for the access key ID, make sure it's next public S3 access key ID, and for the secret access key, let's copy this in here also. So then paste it here. So this is the secret access key. So make sure the variables match, and make sure you have it properly configured within the .env. So let's save it. So after configuring the AWS object, now we can actually get the S3 object. So const S3 equals to new AWS new AWS.S3. Okay, and then under here we can actually pass in this params object. These params allow us to configure our bucket, right? So remember the bucket name that we have created, we can actually store this in a variable itself. So let me just copy this and let us create a new env variable. So next public S3 bucket name. So just name it as whatever you have created in the S3 console. In this case, will be, for me, it's chats pdf-youtube, right? So let me save that. Then in here, I can just access it. So next public S3 bucket name, make sure that it matches. So I'm gonna copy it just in case. Okay. So after configuring the param, you need to pass in under the param, pass in the region, right? So this region for me is AP Southeast 1. So remember the region that you created the bucket in. So paste just put it in here, this region configuration. Okay. Now lastly, we want to define we can actually upload it. So we can do const upload equals to S3 dot put object. Okay, this put object take in params. So let's actually define the params here. Const params is going to be an object of the bucket. So the bucket will be the S3 bucket name, and then we need the key. So this key will be the name of the file. So this key will be uniquely identifiable to the file, right? So we have this file key here, and then lastly we have a body, right, with this actual file that is passed into this function. So for this key variable, let's actually create a file key variable, right? So that let's name it uploads /plus dates.now.toString. So this is to make sure that the file key is uniquely ID'd. Lastly, we'll do file.name.replace replace a space with an empty, with a hyphen. So this file key, basically we want to upload to a uploads folder within AWS S3, so we can organize it properly. And then we just want to append the date.now to make sure that it's properly ID, uniquely identified. And then we'll just replace the file name. If there's any blank space, we just replace it with a hyphen. Then this file key we can use instead of this file name directly. So just put in the file key. Okay, that's perfect. So now we can actually upload these params, right? So after this params, we can do dot. So right now this params is complaining because that the bucket could be undefined. So we are ensured that this exists. So we'll just put a bang, so to reassure that AWS S3 that this the bucket name will actually be defined. Okay, so then after we put objects with the params, let's do on. We can do HTTP upload progress, right? Then we can access a event. So whenever as it's uploading, let's say it's a big file, let's say you're uploading like 10 megabytes of PDF, right? As it is uploaded to AWS S3, this callback function will be called, and then you're able to monitor the process, and it's able to give us back like the progress. Then you're able to create a UI to create a progress bar to show that the file is being uploaded to S3. So for now, let's just do console.log uploading to S3 ... and let us just do parse int. So we can actually get the progress by doing let's just do events dot loaded, right? Divided event dot loaded times 100 divided by events dot total, right? And then this pass in we can actually call the dot toString. Sorry, this should be here. Okay, so we basically, let me save this file so that it's easier to see. So we'll take the env.loaded times 100% so that we can get it in terms of the percentage, divided it by the total file size. We'll convert it to toString so that we can properly parse it as an integer, so we don't want to have floats. Then lastly, we can just show the percentage sign. So we console.log out this entire percentage string. We can see in the console later on. Then finally, after this upload, let's just do .promise, right? So we can actually just convert it to a promise, and we can just do, so this promise will allow us to upload, convert this whole upload process into a promise. Then we can just do await upload .then. So we can just take the data. So this callback function will be called whenever the upload is completed. So when it's completed, we're just gonna just say console.log successfully uploaded to S3 ! And there's also console.log out the file key itself. Okay, then we can just do after that we can just do, alright, then finally under this await we can just return promise.resolve. So we want to resolve this promise, right? Because this is an async function, right? So after we have uploaded, we resolve the promise, and we just want to return two things. We want to return the actual file key itself and return the file name, which is file.name. So make sure we return the file key and file name. So we'll be using these two parameters to save it to our database later. So let's save this function, okay? And let's come down here and let's create one more utility function. So this is the last function that's going to be created in this file. So we're going to export function get S3 URL. So this function is going to take in a file key of string and basically return us with a publicly accessible S3 URL so that we're able to embed the PDF within our chat screen later. So just do const URL equals to https:// right? Put in your process.env.next_public_S3 bucket name, right? And then here we can just do .s3.ap-southeast1.amazonaws.com/file key. So there's actually a special formatting for the AWS. So the AWS will always leave on the bucket name .s3.region. So this is where your AWS region is. So it might be different from mine. And then will be lived at Amazon AWS, and you're able to access it through the file key here. And then we just want to return this URL. So this is a utility function so that we can actually access the S3 URL just from the file key itself. And remember, this file key is actually created here, at this line here. So now that we've saved it, let's actually try it out. So come back to your file upload component, right? So whenever we actually we don't want to just console.log, right? We actually want to upload to S3 itself. So to actually create that function, let us just get the file. So const file equals to accepted files index 0. Okay, I'm gonna take the first file, and then we're gonna just first check. So if file.size is bigger than 10 times 1024 times 1024. So if this is bigger than 10 megabytes, we don't need to upload to S3, right? This is bigger than 10 MB. So let's just throw an error. So let's just alert. Please upload a smaller file. Then just return. Okay, but if it is smaller than 10 MB, then let's actually create and upload the Amazon S3 file. So let's do const data equals to await upload to S3. So we import it from our lib. So because we're using await, let's actually also convert it into an async function. Okay, async function. Await upload to S3, and we pass in the file. Right, so this file comes from the accepted files, and then it will pass into our upload file function that we've created in s3.ts, and then this data, we can see that it will return us with the file key and the file name. Okay, so this is if it works, right? If it doesn't work, right, let's actually put it into a try-catch block. So if there's any error, let's just do console.log error. Okay, so await upload to S3, and then let's just do console.log data. So let's try it out. So I'm gonna save it. Okay, now I'll move the console here, and let's actually try uploading. Okay, so I'm gonna open up my console within it. Sorry, it's not that very responsive, but it's okay. Just for this video, it'll be fine. So let me just drop a PDF here. So let me just show. Let's say we upload this 8 runtime docs. If I press on it, we can see that uploading to S3 100%. So it says that successfully uploaded to S3, and we get back the file key. So we can see the file key is created by having this uploads folder, and then the random time followed by the actual name of the file .pdf, right? And we get the file name also. So if you come back to our S3, so come back to your S3 bucket within AWS console, right? Access your chat PDF -YouTube bucket. We're able to see now that there's this uploads folder created, and we can see the PDF that is being accessed here, right? So we can see that now the function works, and we are able to successfully upload files onto AWS S3. So that's excellent. Okay, so now that we have gotten to a decent point within the project, now I want to explain to you what exactly is retrieval augmented generation, and how we can actually get the PDF to be fed into a ChatGPT so that it's able to give us that result, such that ChatGPT is able to chat with us with the context of the document. Alright, so the first thing you have to understand here is two things. One is what is a vector, and embeddings. Okay, so a vector is just an array of numbers, right? A vector is just like an arrow, right? So a vector is an arrow. So in this case, this arrow is a two-dimensional vector, meaning that it has a x coordinate and a y coordinate. So here we can see that this x coordinate is the length here, and the y coordinate is the height. Right, so in this case, this vector can be actually represented with as an array of, let's say, two numbers of, let's say, 1 and 2. So 1 being the width, and 2 being the height. So in this case, just for proportion, this looks more like 2 and 1. So it will have a length of 2 and a height of 1. So this vector can be represented in an array of 2 and 1. But what if we have a vector of 3 dimension? Right, imagine you have an arrow that's pointing out towards me. I mean, obviously, because we are on the screen, we can't represent that. But to represent the 3D vector, we can just have 3 dimensions, right? X, Y, and Z components. So maybe it can be 1, 2, and 4, right? So this will be the X component, this 2 is the Y component, and this 4 is the Z component, which means how much is pointing towards me, towards the screen, right? So this is what vectors are, right? So why is these vectors important? So embeddings are very similar to vectors, right? So how this is going to work is, we have a function. So this function is able to tag in a piece of text, a piece of string, right? So let's say we have a string of I like cats. Okay, and let's say we take in another string here. Let's say I say cats are the feline species, and then lastly I have another text that says dogs are opposites of cats. Alright, we can see that all these three all three strings are kind of similar in the sense that they're all talking about related to cats. But how do we actually properly define which texts are most similar to each other? So this is where the function comes in. There's actually a function within AI that allows you to convert this piece of text into a vector, right? Meaning that we have a function, let's call it get embeddings, right? This will take in a text, a piece of string, and the input of this string, and it will output an array of vectors. So this array is going to be like a multi-dimension vector. So it's a vector in the dimension of, let's say, up to thousands of dimensions. So it's not just 1, 2 dimensions or even 3 dimensions. It could be a vector in 1536 dimension, right? So the bigger the dimension, the more information it can actually represent, right? So this vector, so let's just take for example this I like cats. Let's say that this embedding creates a vector of this direction, right? Just for the sake of argument, right? So this I like cats, right? So if we embed it, we get a vector of this shape, right? So the vector will actually represent the meaning, the semantic meaning of the sentence itself, right? So that's what is amazing about it. So if we take the second sentence and we embed it, so we convert it into a vector, maybe this function will return us with a vector of this one. We can see that it's kind of similar because it's pointing in the direction. It's a similar direction. And then let's say if we look at these, dogs are composite of cats. Obviously this is a little more different, right? So actually maybe a better example will be, let's say we talk about React is a JS framework, right? So if you embed this string into a vector, it might look something like this, right? So we can see that the direction of the arrow or the vector is actually dependent on the meaning of the actual sentence, right? So how they actually create the embedding will be using OpenAI to create those embeddings for us. So why is this useful? Now that we have these vectors, what we can do is, let's say now I'm trying to ask a question. So I'm going to ask a question regarding like, what are cats, right? I'm going to basically create this vector. I'm going to create this query. So this is going to be a query itself. I'm going to create this query into a vector in itself. So maybe this vector will turn out something like this because it's similar to the cats, right? It has the semantic similarity to cats, right? So it will obviously be very similar to these two vectors. Then using mathematical notations, using math, we can actually find the cosine difference, cosine distance, right? So this cosine similarity, we can see is a measure of similarity between two non-zero vectors defined in their product space. Meaning that there's actually a method to find how similar two vectors are. So if we actually basically look through all the vectors and find out which one is the most similar. In this case, the most similar vector will be this second sentence. So using pure mathematics and vectors, we're able to get this piece of text and see that this text will most likely contain the answer to my query just by how similar their vector representations are. So with this vector that is after we found the most similar vector, we can actually convert this vector back into the text, right? So we'll store this text in the metadata of this vector, right? So this vector will contain a few things. It will contain the embedding, right? It's gonna be an array of numbers, so right? So however dimension this is might be in the thousands, and it also contain a metadata. So this metadata will contain the actual text content, right? This text content will be whatever you have here. I like cats. Cats. Let me just save it here. So I hope that this makes a little sense, right? What we are trying to do here. So we can see that each vector contains the embeddings itself, which is the array of numbers, and it can also contain metadata. So after we have found the most similar vector, we can extract out the text content, and then with this text content, we can actually feed the content into OpenAI so that it's able to generate context for us. So let's see how this ties into the PDF function that I'm talking about. So let me just expand this so that we have more space to explain how this embedding works. Alright, so imagine you have a PDF here, right? So let me just expand this a little bit bigger so that you're able to see. So let me just expand it more. Okay, imagine you have this PDF. It's going to be a page. So there could be multiple pages to the PDF, right? So let's just take, for example, we have a single page, and there may be multiple paragraphs. So let me just align it to the top, and let's start typing. So imagine we have this one paragraph, then we have another paragraph, right? Then lastly we have the last paragraph that is a bit longer. Okay, so within this page we have these 3 paragraphs. So what the vector embedding is going to do is, what our backend is going to do is, we're going to take each page within the document, we're going to segment it into internal documents. So when we talk about documents right now, we're not talking about PDF documents, we're talking about a segment of the PDF, right? So this paragraph could be one document by itself, this paragraph could be another document by itself, and this paragraph might be another document. So we're splitting the PDF into small chunks of documents. So each chunk will contain maybe like 2 or 3 sentences, one paragraph, right? So now that we have segmented into a few documents, so let me just press it out here, document, doc 1, doc 2, doc 3. So we're going to take in the PDF, we're going to segment it into a lot of documents. So each document will contain like the metadata, so it could be the page content itself, right? So this page content will be whatever this paragraph shows, right? Then what we're going to do is, the second step is to convert each document here into a vector. So remember, we have a function in OpenAI that allows us to take a document and convert it into a vector itself. So this will then become a vector. So it's going to be a vector embedding. So now that we have converted all our docs, so there could be maybe 20, 30 documents within one PDF, depends on how we segment it. So then we have 20 vector embeddings here, right? Then what we're going to do with these vector embeddings is, we're going to store this all these individual vectors into a vector database. And that's exactly where Pinecone DB comes in. So Pinecone DB is a vector database exactly for long-term memory for AI, see? Right? So that's what Pinecone DB is for, is to store vector embeddings. So all of this will then go inside of Pinecone DB. So that's it. So what happens now when we actually want to search for, when we type in the chatbot, how does it actually get access to the document, right? So imagine now I come back to my interface and I search for, let's say, where did he intern at, right? So imagine this is the document about my resume, and maybe imagine this first paragraph was talking about something about I interned at Relevate, right? Company here, right? So what it's gonna do is, it's gonna vectorize, it's gonna embed this search query, right? It's gonna turn it into a vector, right? So this is gonna turn into another vector embedding, right? Then it's gonna go through all the current vectors within my Pinecone DB, and it's gonna look for the vector that's most similar, right? So in this case, the vector that's most similar will contain the paragraph that says I interned at Relevate, because they are similar within semantic, like in terms of the meaning. So let's say this vector embedding, the third vector embedding, contains the paragraph that says this. So it contains the original paragraph. So what it's gonna do is, it's gonna pull out this original vector, right? Then it's gonna take out the metadata from it. It's gonna extract out the metadata. Then we're gonna feed in this metadata into ChatGPT, so that we can create a prompt, so that we can then ask ChatGPT to take in context of the metadata and also the question, and then it can generate the answer based on these vectors. So this is a very high overview on how we do it, right? So I hope you have a better understanding of how retrieval augmented generation actually works. So let me just break it down once again to steps, so that we can actually code it out. So the first step is actually obviously to obtain the PDF, right? The second step is to split and segment the PDF into smaller documents, right? Then the third step is to take the documents and then vectorize and embed individual documents. Alright? Okay, so after embedding different documents, we can then store the embeddings, store the vectors into Pinecone DB. Okay, then lastly, whenever we want to search, so when we're trying to chat with the chatbot, we're gonna first embed the query, so turn it into a vector. Then we're gonna query the Pinecone DB for similar vectors. Then we're gonna extract out the metadata of the similar vectors, right? And then finally, after we extract out the metadata, we can then feed metadata into the OpenAI prompt to generate the proper output with context of the PDF. So that's the main step for it. So where does LangChain actually comes in? The LangChain will actually help us with the splitting and the segmenting of the PDF. So I'll show you how to actually code it up in the code very soon. Okay, so before we actually set up the Pinecone and make sure that we can embed all the documents, let's actually make sure that we can send the file name and the file key back to our backend whenever we upload to S3. So underneath here, I'm going to go to your Explorer, come down to your app, create a new folder called API. Under here, create another folder called create and -chat, and here we can create a root.ts. So this is a special root.ts is a special file name within the app router, so that whenever we can see that there's this file structure of /API/create chat, this will map to the REST endpoint for this endpoint. So this will actually map to /API/create-chat. Then in the front end, we can hit this endpoint, and this function here will be called. So let's export a async function called post, right? So we are setting a post endpoint here. So whenever they hit a post endpoint to this endpoint here, this code here will run. Okay, so for now we're gonna just take in the request to be a request object and response to be a response object. Response. Okay, that's good. So I'm gonna put a try catch block. So if there's any error, let's just console.error, and then we'll return a next response.json error, internal server error, and let's pass in status of 500. Let's save it. Okay, so for now we're gonna get the body from await request.json. So convert the we want to get the request body, and for now I'm gonna expect there's two things from the body itself. So we're gonna expect the file key and the file name. Okay, so this file key and the file name is gonna come from this data. So remember, after we upload to S3, the data that it returns will be two things: file key and file name. We're gonna take these two variables and then send a request back to our backend here, so that we can actually do the Pinecone vector embedding stuff. Okay, so to do the hitting of the API, we'll be using React Query to manage that. So install and pm install at 10stack/react -query. So this React Query library makes it very easy to handle mutations and data querying from local to server states, server endpoints basically. Okay, so after we have done that, we need to come back to our folder, and let's actually wrap our entire app in a React Query provider. So come down to your components and let's create a provider.tsx. So we'll do tsrefce to create the snippet. So this will be a client component, and what I want to do is import a few things from at 10stack/react query. So we need the query client provider and also the query client itself. So we'll initialize const query client to be a new const query client equals to new query client, and then for these props we'll take in the React children. So this is gonna wrap our entire application. So we'll take in the children to be a React node. Then we can destructure the children from the props itself. Okay, then here we're gonna basically wrap our query client provider, pass in our client here, and then we'll just wrap the children in this provider. Save it. Then now let's actually wrap our layout. So come back to our layout.tsx. So inside this clerk provider, okay, within this clerk provider, let's actually wrap our providers. So providers, okay, let's wrap the HTML text. Okay, so now that we have wrapped this entire provider, we can actually start using React Query. So the reason why we actually have to wrap these providers is that because React Query does a lot of caching, right? So imagine we have one endpoint that gives us back some data. So imagine we have these /API messages data. Whenever we hit this endpoint, it returns us with a list of messages from the database. And then we navigate to another page, and it makes the exact same call to this endpoint. React query will be able to detect that, oh look, you're making the same call to the endpoint, but I did have the data from a few seconds ago. So instead of making that call back to the backend, which might waste some resources, why not I just cache the data and then return you immediately? So then with this, it creates a more efficient workflow when you're fetching data from the server. And that's why we need this provider, such that every component within our application has access to the data cache. Okay, so now we have this React query. Let's actually create the function to call the backend API to actually create the chat room. Okay, so come back to your what's this called? File upload component here. File upload here. So above this use drop zone, let's actually create a mutation. So a mutation is just a function that allows you to hit the backend API. So const mutate. So actually just const, let's destructure from use mutation from React query, right? We can see that it actually returns us with a few things. Returns us with a lot of things like is loading state, error state, even the mutate. So this function will be called. So for this use mutation, we'll pass in a few things. We'll pass in the query key. Sorry, not query key. It's just a directly mutation function. So this mutation function will be an async function, right? So let's actually install Axios, because we need Axios to actually make that API call to the backend. So npm install Axios. So we'll do const response equals to awaits Axios. So import Axios. Import Axios from Axios. Axios.post. We want to hit /API /create chat. Right, so this create chat will hit this endpoint here. And then we want to pass in two things. We want to pass in the file key and the file name from the body, right? So how do we get this? We can get it by destructuring here from file key and file name. So this will be destructured from here, file key, which is a string, and file name, which is also a string. Save this. So later on, we'll pass this file key and file name into this mutate function, which will we can access it here. So then we'll pass in file key and file name. Okay, awesome. Then after we have made that call, we can just return response.data. Okay, so how do we actually call this mutate function, right? So this mutate, we can just come down here. So after we have uploaded to S3, right, we get this data. We're gonna check if not data.file key or not data.file name. So if for some reason there's no file key and file name, we know that something has went wrong. So let's actually alert something went wrong and return. If not, we can actually call the mutate function. So you see this mutate function comes from this top here, right? And then we define this mutation function within the property. This will take in two things, file key and file name. And right now, if I then if I come down to mutate, right, and I pass in the object, we can see that we need this file key and file name. So we can just pass in this data because this data is ensured to have the file key and file name. So we can see that it matches the data type here, matches whatever we expect from this mutation function. So then this data file key and file name will be passed up to our backend endpoint. Okay, so then for the mutate, the second object will contain a few things, a few callbacks for on success. So it gives us this on success. So if it's successful, right, we'll get back the data from the backend endpoint. So let's console.log data. In case there's any error, let's just take the error. Let's just console.log error. So let me just add one more toast thing. So I'm gonna add this library called React Hot Toast. So it's just for nice alerts, right? So if you come back into this library, we can see that we can have this nice toast alert to notify whenever something is happening, right? So let's install that library. So come down here and do npm install react-hot-toast. Okay, so to use this React Hot Toast, we need to come down back to our layout.tsx. Import. We need to import this toaster from react-hot-toast. What do we need to import? We need to import the toaster component. Then underneath the HTML, let's just import the toaster here. So this is what is actually used to actually create the alerts. So save it. Come down here. So we will just replace all these alerts with a toast. So we can see that this toast we can import from React Hot Toast, right? Toast.error file too large. Okay, so let's save it. Okay, so come back to your layout. So this toaster should be within this HTML tag. So make sure it's within the HTML tag. So now let's save this, and then let's refresh the page, and hopefully our thing is back. Okay, that's good. So we can do toast.error. So this will create that nice pop-up notification, right? Then we do have this alert. Then for this alert here, we can also do toast.error. Something went wrong. Return this, and lastly here, we can just toast.error. Error creating chat. Okay, so let's save this, and now everything looks perfect. So basically what will happen is, whenever we drop the file, it's gonna upload to S3, right? So whenever we upload a file, it's gonna call this upload to S3 function, right? It will return us with the file key and the file name. Then we'll basically call this mutate, passing in the file key and file name. This mutate will then take the file key and file name and pass it back to our endpoint create chat. So by right now, if we upload a file, we'll be able to console.log out the file key and the file name. So let me save this, and let's actually try it out. So this will obviously be logged out in the server because this is running on the backend. So it will log out in the terminal. So let's try it out. So I'm gonna press drop PDF, and let me just upload these 8 runtime docs. So if I press this, by right here we can see that the create chat is being run, and then hopefully it's able to tell us that, okay, so right now there's an error. Okay, so obviously we didn't return anything from this, therefore it's throwing an error. But right now we can see that it's working. We can see that this file key and the file name is being logged out. So this is the file key, and this is the file name, and it's being logged out within the backend. So we know that this is working. So one more thing I'm gonna add here for the file upload, right? So other than the mutate function, remember it also gives us that is loading state, right? For this is loading state, we can actually use that to display a loading component while it's uploading. So I'm gonna just come down to our file upload here. I'm gonna define one more state. I'm gonna call it uploading, then set uploading. So it's gonna be a useState, react.useState. So by default it's gonna be false. Then whenever we actually upload a file here, whenever we upload a file on drop, we're gonna first do set uploading to be true. Then underneath here, finally, so after whether it's failed or whether it's succeeded, we're gonna set uploading to false. Okay, so then we have these two variables, right? We got this is loading and uploading. So if any of these are true, let's display a loading screen. So if you come down here for this input, right, below the input, right now we are still showing this this drop PDF no matter whether it's loading or not. So to create a better experience, let's do if it's uploading or is loading. Okay. So this uploading variable will be true when I'm uploading to S3, and this is loading variable will be true whenever I'm sending the file key and file name back to my backend. So if any of these are true, I'm gonna show a loading state. Okay, I'm gonna show a loading state. Right? But if both of these are false, then it's fine if I show the drop PDF box here. So I'm gonna move this up. Sorry, can I move this up here? Then for this here, I'm gonna show a React fragment. Okay, so here I can actually show my loading state. Okay, for the loading state, let me just show a loader 2 from Lucid React. So let me give a class name of height of 10, width of 10, and we'll do text blue of 500, and then finally animate spin. Below the loader 2, let me show a p tag that says spilling t to gpt ... We'll give it a class name of margin top of 2, text sm, text slate of 400, and let's save it. So let's try out right now. So this root.ts, if this is successfully, I'm gonna do return next response.json message of success. So let's save this and let's see if it works. Okay, so if it works here, instead of console logging the data, I'm gonna do toast.success. I'm gonna do data.message. So let me just save it and let's try out. So I'm gonna press drop PDF. I'm gonna drop the same PDF here and see it's loading. Then after it's loading, it's sent to the backend. If it sends to the backend, we can see that a success message pops up. So everything is perfect, everything is working well. So now we can actually start working on converting the PDF into vector embeddings and storing within Pinecone. Alright, so let's actually now create the Pinecone feature. So come back to your root.ts on the create chat feature. So eventually with this file key and file name, we want to execute the steps, right? So obtain the PDF, split and segment the PDF, vectorize and store the vectors into Pinecone DB. So first thing here is let's actually create an account for Pinecone. So come down to Pinecone DB, then just go to that pineconedb.io. So you can either log in or just sign up for free. So in this case I have the account, so I'm gonna log in. Okay, so once you log into the app.pinecone.io, the dashboard, right? Come down to create index. So we're gonna first create an index. So an index within Pinecone is just like is a database within like a normal SQL database. So it's a place to store all your different vectors, right? So let me explain this, the terminology within Pinecone. So Pinecone terms. Okay. So we have index. An index is just a database to store all your different vectors, right? Then within index, within Pinecone, there's another thing called namespace. So a namespace is like a table. So imagine we'll have a different namespace for each PDF. So is to segment PDF vector spaces. So basically each PDF will have its own namespace, and then each namespace will contain its own vectors. Then basically we can query, whenever we query, we can pass in a namespace parameter, so then it will only query vectors query for similar vectors within that specific namespace. Yeah, so that's how it's gonna work. So come down to the name, so give it anything you want. I'm gonna call it chats PDF -YouTube. Then for this index, for the dimensions, put 1536, so it can have up to 1500 dimensions, right? For the metric, leave it in cosine, so we're using cosine similarity for the algorithm comparison, right? So you can then see this distance metric to use for measuring similarity between the vectors. Then just choose starter and then leave everything as default. So it's a free tier index. Just press create index. So in this case, I already have an index, right? And because I'm on the free tier, it only allows me to have one index. But it's okay. You just create an index and you're still able to follow along. So after you have created the index, you should be able to come in and you're able to see different information about it. So in this case, we can see that right now I have 578 vectors within my database, right? So later on when we start inserting, it will increase also. So now what you need to do is come down to your API key section. Okay, so just come down here and create a new API key and name it whatever you want. Just name it, I'm going to name it chat PDF YouTube. So create a key. So as it's waiting, we will need two things from it. We need a Pinecone environment and we also need a Pinecone API key. Okay, so after you created the key, in this case, name it YouTube, we need two things. We need the environment, we also need the API key itself. So we need these two things. So come down to your .env, right? We're going to create a new section just for the Pinecone. Okay. So we need the Pinecone environment. So copy in the environment here. Is the location of where it's located. We also need the Pinecone API key. So let me copy in this here. Copy and paste it here. So let's save it. And then we can just quit out of this Pinecone console for now. Okay. So come down to your directory, let's go under your lib folder and let's actually create a pinecone.ts to store all our functions for Pinecone. Pinecone.ts. Okay. So the first thing here I'm going to do is I'm going to declare let Pinecone to be a actually let's install the Pinecone first, right? So let's install npm install at Pinecone database /Pinecone. So let's install that. So we'll be installing a few things also. Okay, one more thing we need to install is actually let's install it as we go along as we need it. So let's import the Pinecone first. Pinecone from at Pinecone database /Pinecone, right? This Pinecone. So here Pinecone client. So this Pinecone variable here will be a type of Pinecone client or now. So initialize to now. So this is gonna be a global variable here. After this, we're gonna export a const function, const get Pinecone client equals to an async function, right? So this is going to help us initialize the Pinecone. So if not Pinecone, so if we have not already set the variable, what we're going to do is we're going to call Pinecone equals to new Pinecone client, right? Then we'll do await Pinecone dot init. So init, we need to initialize it with our API keys, right? So for the environment, we do process.env.pinecone environment. So it's what you have copied in from the .env here. Okay, so make sure it exists. And then we also need the API key. So this will be process.env.pinecone API key. Make sure it also exists. So put the exclamation mark to ensure that TypeScript that it will always exist. Then in the end, we just want to return the Pinecone. Excellent. Okay, that's good. So now let's actually create the function to load S3 into Pinecone, right? So right now we can see that we have a few things that we need to do. Let me find the proper stuff here. So we got a few steps, right? We need to obtain the PDF, split and segment, vectorize and store it. So we have 4 steps here. So let's see how we can map it into a function. So we can export an async function called load S3 into Pinecone. So this thing is going to take in a file key. It's going to take in a file key, which is a string. So this file key will be what is being passed from this root. So let's actually call this function right here already. So let's save this file, and let's call await load S3 into Pinecone, and let's pass in the file key. Okay, so what this function actually gonna be the bulk of this project, right? So I'm gonna go through it line by line, and let's see how it works. So the first step is, number 1 is obtain the PDF. So how do we actually download the S3 file key into our local directory so that we can read the text from the PDF, right? So within this obtain PDF, we actually need to download and read from PDF. Okay, so to do that, let's actually create a S3 function for this. Come down to your directory, right? Under our lib, right? Instead of this s3.ts, let's create another function called s3-server.ts, right? So this will make sure that this file will only run on the server. Okay, so come down to your s3-server.ts. Let's create a function, export async function, download from S3. Okay, so this download from S3 will obviously take the file key and then download the S3 file onto our local computer. So it's gonna take in the file key, which is gonna be a string. Okay, so what do we want to do? We're gonna first import the AWS from AWS SDK. So it's very similar to what we did just now. So we'll do a try catch block. So if there's any error, let's just console.error, just return now. Okay, so we're gonna do aws.config, right, .update. So it's the same thing just now. Access key ID will be process.env.next_public S3 access key ID. Make sure it exists. Then we also need the secret access key, right? It'll be the same thing here. So after configuring the AWS object, right? So actually we can just copy from S3, right? We don't even need to type this out. So I'm gonna copy up here, copy this. So we're just trying to initialize the S3 bucket here. Okay. Now that we have that, let us do const params equals to we need the what's this called? We need the bucket to be process.env.next public S3 bucket name, and then for the key we need the file key, right? So with these params we can actually obtain the S3 from that. So we'll do const object equals to wait S3 dot get object, pass in the params. So these params, because it contains the file key, is able to abstract out the unique file from S3. So we'll convert it to a promise, right? So we await the promise. So this object now contains the actual file object. Then all we need to do is let's import the import fs for file system from fs. So we need this fs to actually download the file to our system. So we just need to do fs.write file sync, right? We'll give me a file name, and we'll just do object.body as buffer. Okay, so let's declare this file name. So this file name is where do we want to install it in our local, where do we want to download it to our local folder, right? So we'll just download it to /temp/pdf dash, let's actually create this into a template string, dates.now.pdf. So it's just gonna download it to our temp directory, a temporary folder with a unique PDF with a date.now, and just name it PDF. So then we'll just download it into our file system. Okay, then we want to return the file name. Okay, so that's all we need to do. So this function will actually take in a file key and just download it to our folder and return the file name to where the folder is located, where the file is actually downloaded to. So let's save this and let's come back to our Pinecone.ts. So with this function, with the S3 function, we can actually use that, right? So let's just do console.log downloading S3 into file system. So we can call const file name equals to await download from S3, passing in the file key. So this is from the S3 server that we are importing, right? Okay, then the second step is to actually get the PDF. So how do we actually get the text from the PDF? So because the PDF is a .pdf, right? How do you get text, all the text format from the PDF itself, right? So what we can do is, we need to install one other thing. We need to install, let me see. I think we need to install LangChain. So the LangChain provides us with a nice PDF loader, such that we're able to convert PDF into text strings. So let's npm install LangChain itself. So LangChain gives us a lot of utilities to actually do a lot of AI and machine learning utility functions. So what we need from LangChain, we need from LangChain /document _ loaders /fs/pdf. So this will give us a PDF loader class, right? So from file system PDF. So this PDF loader will be able to read from the file system and give us the text of that PDF file. So we can just use this. So we'll do const loader equals to new PDF loader, right? And we pass in the file name that we got back after we've downloaded it here, right? So if something goes wrong, so if not file name, so maybe that there's some error downloading here. So if there's no file name, let's just throw a new error saying that we could not download from S3, so that by the time we get to this line, we're guaranteed that there is a file name here. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to stop here for now, and I'm going to just console.log let me see, I'm going to get const pages equals to loader.load. So we can call to get the pages, we can do loader.load. So this loader.load will then look at this, it will read the buffer content and metadata based on the type and call the parse. So basically what this does is it will return us with all the pages within the PDF, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just return the pages. So we're gonna see what happens when we load this in. So I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna save this file first, and then come back to our root, right? Remember that we call this load S3 into Pinecone. So right now, what will it return? It will return us with a bunch of pages, right? So we can see these pages is a type of document. So there's a lot of documents, right? So let me just await this loader.load. Okay. So then finally here we can see that it's gonna be an array of documents, right? So this is exactly what I mean by splitting and segmenting the PDF. So let me save it, come back to our root, and let's just return the const pages equals to, let's just console.log the pages. So let's see actually what we actually get back here. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to my file upload. So instead of just toast.success, also let's do console.log data. So just delete this. Okay, so now hopefully if we did everything correctly, we're able to see the documents being loaded from the backend. So clear your output here. Okay, then let's press drop PDF, right? So I'm gonna drop the H runtime docs, right? So right now you can see that it's uploaded S3, and then it's gonna hit the backend. The backend is gonna load the PDF into our file system and then read. Okay, so this is normal to be expected, right? So we actually need one more library for the PDF parts, right? So this is an internal dependency of the LangChain PDF loader, right? We need this PDF parse function library so that LangChain is able to properly parse the PDF for us. So let's refresh it and let's actually try again. Alright, let me just refresh the page. Hopefully everything is okay. So there's one more of this very common error that I actually faced while developing this app is you see this weird stuff here, and eventually it will say, let me look for the error. Okay, reach heap limit allocation failed, right? JavaScript heap out of memory. So what I did was I copied this and I searched up Stack Overflow. So apparently this error is about my Node.js running out of memory trying to run this application, right? We can see that this Stack Overflow solution is trying to say that a JavaScript heap run out of memory. So what to do is actually we want to allow Node.js to actually use more memory than what is allows by default. So what you want to do is come down to your package.json, right? So whenever you do npm run dev next dev, right, we can actually set one more thing up here. We can do, okay, so we do so here next dev we do export node underscore options, right? So we want to pass in a variable, so we can do here. So what options do we want? We do dash max o space size equals to 8192, right? So we're gonna basically export a variable, env variable called max o space size to be 8 gigabytes of RAM. So we allow it to use 8 gigs of space size, and then after that we can run the normal next dev. So this ampersand sign allows you to run 2 commands in one npm script. Okay, so I think for Windows, if you're using Windows, I think it's, instead of export, it should be set, right? So I think you have to play around to see how you set your environment variables based on your operating system. So for Windows, I think it's set, but for Mac OS and Linux, we're gonna be use export. So let's save this, and let's press npm run dev again, and this time we can see that it's exporting this function, it's exporting this configuration for Node.js to use more memory before running the actual dev server. So after we have solved that issue, let's actually now try running the server again. So I'm going to refresh the page, and hopefully now it will work this time. Okay, so I'm going to collapse this a little bit more. So it's going to compile the page. So let's wait for it to compile. Okay, so now let's actually drop a PDF here. I'm going to upload this. I'm going to open up my console. So you can see that it is uploaded to S3, and hopefully now it's going to hit our backend. It's going to download the S3 file into our system. Then it's going to use LangChain to read the PDF into text, and it will return us with a list of documents. So let's wait for that to actually work. And okay, now it works perfectly. So we can see that it's returned from the backend. So we console out the data. So this data comes from this pages here, load S3 into Pinecone. So let's inspect it. So within this, we can see that this pages is an array of 13 objects. So within this object, we can see that there's a page content, and this is exactly what we are looking for. This is the text representation of the PDF, right? So each object here will have page content and also the metadata, right? So page content is the actual stuff, but here the metadata is where it's interesting. The metadata will give us the location, so which document is, so that's one page. So for now, the default function will basically segment the PDF into singular pages. So you will have 13 pages, therefore it segments into 13 objects within the array. So each page will have its own page content and its own page number. So if we come down to the second object here, we can see that the page content is the second page, and the metadata will say that its page number is 2. Okay, so that's perfect. So with that, now we can continue working on the Pinecone feature. Okay, so I just want to make sure that everyone's on the same page as what we're actually doing. So now that we understand that this function, this pages variable is gonna be a record of page content and also the metadata, right? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna define my own custom type. So above here, outside of the function, I'm gonna do export a type of PDF page, right? So this PDF page, remember just now we saw in the console, it has a page content, right, which is a string, and also it has metadata. Within the metadata, I have the location, which contains a page number, which is a number. So this is what I got just by looking into the console and looking at what this console.logs out. Okay, so now that we have that, let us actually just wrap this here and just do as PDF page here. So then we have properly typed it. So right now we can see these pages is now properly a PDF page. So it has the type annotations. Okay, so that's perfect. So now let's actually move on to the next few steps. So okay, so now we actually need to split and segment the PDF, right? So right now, how it does the splitting is that it splits the PDF by pages. So if the PDFs have 13 pages, it's going to split it into 13 pages. But the thing is that's not very efficient or not very ideal for vectorizing, because we want each vector to contain only a very small paragraph, so maybe 2 to 3 sentences. So we don't want each vector to contain the whole page content. That's not very good for vectorization. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use another function from, I think it's from Pinecone. So Pinecone gives us a function called recursive character text splitter. So it helps us with the text splitting into smaller paragraph. So we're gonna be doing that right now. So let me just close this terminal and let's continue working on the function. So now we're talking about the second step. So now we have these pages, right? We can move on to the second step, number 2, which is split and segment the PDF into documents, into smaller documents. So right now these pages is an array of documents, but the documents are still too big. So within the 13 objects within the array, we want to split it even further. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna write a function. Just called export. A function is called async function. Gonna call it prepare document. Right. This is going to take in a page of PDF page, and then it's gonna take in a splitter. A splitter. So it's gonna take in a PDF page. Just a PDF page. And what this function does is it takes in a singular page. So remember just now a page is one of the objects within the array of 13 pages, right? So we're gonna look at the page content and then split it up even further. So to get the splitter, how to actually split it, we need to install one more package from Pinecone database itself. So npm install at pinecone database / doc splitter. So this is another package within Pinecone database that gives some utility function to help split our documents. So let's import that function for us. So import a few things from at Pinecone database / doc splitter. So we need 2 things. Mainly we need the document type, the document class, and also a recursive character text splitter. Okay, so let's come down to prepare document. So let's actually do the splitting here. So the first thing here we need to do is we can export a few things from the page itself. So remember this page, we define this PDF page, our custom type here. So we can destructure the page content and also the metadata. Okay. Then what we want to do is page content. We want to just replace page content dot replace let's do a regex for the how do we actually do the regex? It will be /n/g. So just replace it with an empty string. So this is just a regex to replace all the new line characters with a empty string. Then finally we split the docs. So we do const docs equals to await. So how do we get the splitter? We can do const splitter equals to new recursive character text splitter. Then we'll do splitter dot split documents. So we're going to split the documents. So this documents is going to be an array, right? But in this case we only have one PDF page. So inside here is only going to have one document. So each document is like one page within this function. So we'll pass in a new document. So this new document is defined from what we've just imported here, right? So this document will contain a few things. So the page content will be the same, right? So this page content comes from the PDF page here. However, the metadata, we can actually specify our custom metadata. So we can pass in a page number to be the metadata dot location dot page number, and also let's pass in a text. So this text will actually contain the original text of it. So let's so because this document will be vectorized and stored in Pinecone, this text might be too long for Pinecone to handle. So let's create another function. For this. So export const truncate string by byte. So this is gonna take in a string and also take in a number of bytes. So what we want to do is just const encoder. Sorry, this should be an arrow function. Const encoder equals to new text encoding, new text encoder, and we just want to do return new text encoder. Sorry, text decoder. Text decoder. Sorry, text decoder. Pass in the UTF-8. So we'll just give it a UTF-8 and then decode it. So what do you want to decode? We want to decode the encoding of the string, right? And then after the encoding, we want to slice from 0 to bytes. So this will make sure that the string that we pass in is within the byte, within the size, the proper size. So I think Pinecone only accepts strings, the metadata text to be up to 36,000 bytes. Therefore, we pass in the 36,000 to make sure that it truncates off properly, so that it doesn't cause any errors when we actually insert into Pinecone. Okay. Then lastly, we have after we have split up. So this splitter will take in the original document and it will split up into smaller documents. Then we can just return the docs. So now this docs, what it does is it takes in one single page and it splits up into multiple docs. So it can maybe split out into 5-6 paragraphs for a single page. Alright. So now let's actually call this prepare document. Okay. So for this, before we don't return the page, what we actually want to do is we do const documents equals to await promise.all, right? Want to pass in pages.map. So for each page, we just want to for each page, we actually want to call the prepare document on the page itself, right? So this can actually be shorthanded into just prepare document. So what this does is, so once you have loaded in all the 13 pages from the PDF document, we can call the prepare document function on the single page. So then it's gonna split it up into even smaller chunks. So maybe like, let's say pages was an array of 13 elements, array of 13 pages. After calling these prepare documents on this array of 13 pages, these documents could be like maybe array of like even 100. So it takes in the single page and splits it up even further. So now that we have all these documents, right, we can then vectorize and embed the individual documents, right? So that's the third step now. So we're doing well. So I hope that you are still following on. So now we actually want to vectorize and embed individual documents. Okay. So let me just create another function here, called embed document. So async function embed document. Okay. So actually before that, let's just comment this out first. Let's actually use the OpenAI function to actually get the embeddings of a single string, right? So come down to our let me see where did I put it. Okay, come down to your file structure, come down to your lib. Let's create a new file called embeddings.ts. Okay, so for this embeddings.ts, we need to install the OpenAI package, right? So npm install OpenAI-H. So this OpenAI-H is an alternative package to the normal OpenAI package that's edge compatible. So this package allows us to run this Pinecone thing on the edge. So after we have done that, let us import a few things from OpenAI-H. So we need the OpenAI API and also the configuration object. So the first thing here we need to do is const config equals to new configuration, passing in the API key. So how do we get the OpenAI API key? So let's come down to our browser. So just come down to OpenAI API. Okay, come down to their API and then look for their API key. So I'm gonna just zoom out a little so that it doesn't. Okay, so come to the menu and search for the API and just go to our overview. So get started for developers. Okay, so you see this GPT, it allows us to generate embeddings that can be used for tasks like text classification. So we want the embeddings API. So just log into the account, right? And then you can actually read more about embeddings within the docs here. So come down to your view API keys. Okay, so for this, create a new secret key within the API. Just name it whatever you want. I'm going to name it chat PDF -YouTube. Create a secret key. And then I want you to copy in this secret key, and let's close this tab. So come back to your .env file. So let's just put OpenAI API, sorry, OpenAI, API key. Just paste it in here, save it, let's close it. So now we have this OpenAI API key in our configuration. Okay, then let's just do const OpenAI equals to a new OpenAI API, passing in the config object. So now let's actually export an async function called get embeddings. This is gonna take in a text with a string. So this function purely converts a text into a vector, right? So let's do a try catch block. Right, so if there's an error, let's just do console.log error calling OpenAI embedding API, passing in the error. Okay, then I actually just throw the error. Okay, so let's just do the const response equals to await OpenAI dot create embedding. Right, so passing in the model. So for the model, we actually want to choose the text dash embedding sorry, make sure you're spelling it correctly, embedding dash ADA dash 002. So this is the model that actually helps us do the embeddings. So it's fast and also efficient and also capable enough. Then we'll pass in the input, right? Just do input dot the input will be text dot replace. So just replace all the new line characters with an empty string here, empty space here. Then lastly, we just want to return. We want to do const result equals to await response dot JSON, and we can just do return result dot data index 0 dot embedding s number. So it's gonna be a vector. So this embedding is merely a vector of multi-dimensional numbers. So this is just a vector itself. So let's close this embedding file. Then we can actually use it in our pinecone.ts. So we want to basically embed the documents, right? Embed the individual documents. So for the embed documents, let's take in the doc as a document type. So this is from the Pinecone type annotation. So this is going to, let's just do try catch, put in a try catch block. So if there's an error, let's just do console.log error embedding documents and pass in the error. Then we'll just throw the error. Okay, so what we're going to do, so first we're going to do, we get embeddings equals to await get embeddings. We import it from the embeddings file that we just did just now. So we doc.page content. So we want to basically convert the page content into the vector. Then we want to get hash of the page content. So for the hashing function, we'll npm install md5. So this just helps us make sure that we can ID the embedding, ID the vector within Pinecone, right? So let me just import md5 from md5. Okay, so I think we need to install the types for this. So npm install add types for md5. Okay, so let's save the file, come down here. So for the hash, for the unique ID, we'll just do md5, pass in the doc.page content. Then lastly, we just want to return, we want to return a vector, right? So this is going to return a vector. So the vector type, so how do we get the vector type? The vector type actually comes from the Pinecone database. So you see this at Pinecone-database, right? We can actually import the vector type. Okay, so come down here. So this is going to return this as a vector. So then here, we can actually do the type, we can get the type annotation. So we need the ID. So this ID is going to be the hash. We need the values, the values to be the embeddings. So this is actually the embeddings within the vector, and then we can pass in the metadata for the vector that is going to be stored within Pinecone. So we can store the text will be doc.metadata.text, right? And then for the page number, we can page number, we can do doc.metadata.page number. So this doc.metadata.text actually comes from here. Remember we put the metadata here, we put in page number and text. So now what we're doing here, we are accessing it here. So the metadata.text, here metadata.text here. Okay, so I hope everything's still clear. So then we just return the vector. Okay, so right now we can see that now basically this takes in a document and returns a promise of a vector. So now let's actually vectorize and embed the individual documents. So we do the same, very similar to just now. We just do const vectors equals to await promise.all. We do documents dot flat. So we flatten the document first, then map through it, and then for each document we call the embed document on that function. So then this will then give us back a array of vectors, right? So if you come back to our xcali we can see that we are now on this step. We have already broken down into each document, small documents. Then we have created into vector embeddings. So then now the last step is just to put these vector embeddings up to Pinecone DB. Okay, so we're doing really good. We're doing excellent. So now we have the last step. So the fourth step here is upload to Pinecone. Okay, so let's just get the client first. So const client equals to await get Pinecone client. Right, so this Pinecone client is what we have written up just now here. So it just returns us to the Pinecone with the config, the API key configs. So we want to get the Pinecone index, right? So this index is the name of the database, right? So we want to do await client.index. So what is the name of the Pinecone index? So for me, just now I name it chat PDF, right? So if you come back to your Pinecone app.pinecone.io, right? So for me, I name it chat PDF. So the index name has to be chat PDF. Okay, so that's good. So after we have gotten the Pinecone index, we can then, let's just say, let's do console.log. Let's just put a debug log that says inserting vectors into Pinecone. Okay, and then we can just do get the namespace, const namespace. So remember, we have a different namespace for each document. We can get the file key, right? So this file key is being passed up. Okay, so there's a bug that I faced just now where if the file key was not in all ASCII characters, right, then obviously there's gonna be throw an error within Pinecone. So we need to write another function that actually converts the file key into ASCII characters. So come down to your folder, come down to your utils, your utils.ts, and then let us create a function called convert to ASCII. So export function convert to ASCII. Okay, this is gonna take in an input string of type string. All we're gonna do is remove any non-ASCII characters. So this is all the function does. So we do const ASCII string equals to input string dot replace and put these regex in. So I just got this from chat GPT, honestly. Yeah, so you can just copy whatever I have here. We can just copy whatever I have here within the code base. So let me just actually copy my own version within my code base, so to make sure that everything is correct. Okay, so make sure you are putting in this regex. So this, I think it just takes any non-ASCII characters and just replace it with an empty string. So then lastly, we just want to return the ASCII string. So let's save it. We can close it off. So remember, for the file key, we want to convert to ASCII, right? We want to import that function from utils, right? So we pass in this file key, so to make sure that the namespace is ASCII compatible. Then lastly, what we can just do is we can just call so one thing we want to import from Pinecone database is their utils function, right? So we're naming rename the utils as Pinecone utils, right? So this is just a renaming of the utils function that's exported. So within this utils, Pinecone utils, there's a function called chunked upsert. So it will just help us update and push the vectors into the Pinecone index. So we pass in the Pinecone index first, then we pass in the vectors that we want to insert into Pinecone, pass in the namespace, which is this convert to ASCII, and lastly, you can see the last function here is the chunk size. So I'm gonna just enter 10. So I experimented around and just found 10 was a nice number to use for this. Then let's just return the documents index 0. So we'll just return the first document, right, just for the sake of it. Okay. So this is the bulk of this whole retrieval augmented generation. So if you're able to understand the concept and able to implement it like here, then we are actually really good to go. So let me just save the file. So if you come back to our root.ts, right, remember that we called this load S3 into Pinecone. So we got this. Let me just recap everything, right? We called the file key, we downloaded the S3 into the file system, then we loaded it, and then we split into the individual we split and segment the PDF into smaller documents. We vectorize and embed the documents, then we finally uploaded to Pinecone. Okay, so now that we have that all set up for us, we can just call this. So we are not actually getting anything back, any useful information back, right? So we just need to await load S3 into the Pinecone, and now here is actually where we create a new chat. So we want to remember create a new chat within our database, right? So actually let us do that. So to use DrizzleORM to create the chat, let us do let us do await await DB. So this DB is from our @lib/db, right? So we do insert. So we want to insert into the chats. So we can import these chats from our db/schema. So insert into chats. We want to insert the values of, we can see there's some type annotations, right? So all these type annotations comes from the schema here that we have defined. So that's a very useful feature for ORMs. So we'll pass in the file key to be the file key itself. We'll pass in the PDF name to be the file name. Then we'll pass in PDF URL, right? So remember we wrote a function within our S3 that helps us get back this S3. We wrote a function that helps us get back the S3 URL from the file key. So we can actually use that. So get S3 URL, passing in the file key. And lastly, we need the user ID. So how do we get the user ID? So what's that called? Clerk actually also provides us with the auth function, right? Remember we used the auth function just now. So we can do await auth from clerk/nextjs, right? So this will return us back with the current user ID. So just in case user ID doesn't exist, so if not user ID, that means they are not authenticated, we just return a next response.json saying that the error is unauthorized and passing a status of 401. So now everything works fine, everything works perfectly, right? We can see that we're able to get the user ID from Clerk to protect our API. We're also able to get insert into our database. So actually we want to return the inserted chat ID. So we can do returning, right? We pass in the want to return the inserted ID, it'll be chats.id. So with here we can actually destructure the const chats ID equals to this. Okay. So this chat ID will then will give us back this inserted ID. So we can just return. Finally, we can just return next response.json, right? We want to pass in the chats ID to be chats ID index 0 dot inserted ID, right? Because how it works is that this db dot insert the values, right? This returns an array of all the inserted values. But in this case, we only inserted one value. Therefore, we want to index into 0, and then we want to get this inserted ID, which is what we return from here. So this is how we actually get the chat ID from DrizzleORM. Then we can just pass in the status of 200 to make sure that to tell the front end that okay, everything is going fine. Okay, so I think everything looks perfect. And then so we have created this create chat root. So now finally, let's go back to our file upload and finish up the function to actually create and upload the Pinecone vectors. Okay, so if you come back to our file upload file here, so remember this data will now contain this chat ID. So let us just destructure this chat ID from this on success. So if it successfully returns, if the function runs successfully, then we're ensured that there's a chat ID here, right? So if there's a chat ID, what do we want to do? We're going to redirect them to the chat page, to that particular chat ID that has been created. So I'm going to do toast.success first. I'm going to say that, okay, chat has been created, and then I'm going to push them there, push the router to the chat page. So we'll take const router equals to use router. So import this from not next router, right? It's not next router. It should be imported from next/navigation, right? So make sure you're importing use router from next/navigation and not from next/router. So after we have this router, we can come down here on success. We just do router.push /chat /chat ID. Okay, then everything is perfect. Let's just console.error if there's any errors, and let's save it. And I think that's it for this page, and then I think we are good to go. So I think everything will work now. So let's actually test it out and make sure that everything is working. So I'm gonna open up my console. So I'm gonna monitor whatever's happening here. So I'm gonna actually come back to my Pinecone, my app.pinecone.io. Do I have it here? So I'm gonna go into my chat PDF Pinecone index. So right now we can see that I have 578 vectors. So if everything goes well and I upload a new file, the vector count should increase because I'm pushing new vectors into the database, right? So I'm gonna come down to my chat PDF YouTube. I'm gonna drop my PDF here, and let's pray to God that it works. So I'm gonna upload my Edge runtime Vercel docs. It's gonna be splitting the T. So right now we can see that it's hitting the create chat endpoint. So let's look at the console logs to make sure that everything is working fine. So let's hope that it works. So now you can see that it says inserting vectors into a Pinecone, right? So you saw just now, inserting vectors into Pinecone. So then everything is working perfectly, right? So if I come back here, I should see that it has now increased to 591. So that means it works perfectly, and we have created the chat and it has been pushed into the database. So that works perfectly. Everything is going really smoothly. So in the next part, we'll be creating the chat page. Alright, so now that we have completed the Pinecone uploading, let's actually work on the chat pages. So I think from here onwards, it's going to be much easier. So if you're able to understand the first part here, I think from now on will be much more fun. Okay, so to create a chat page, come down to your app, right? Come down to your app, and we'll be creating a new folder called chat, right? And this chat will have a wildcard that says chat ID, and within this chat ID we'll have a page.tsx. So this is a special wildcard within the app router, so that this maps to like /chat/ whatever here. So we're able to get this ID from the URL. So we'll do tsrefce, right? So that we can get the arrow function. Let's do it chat page. Okay, I'm gonna save this file. Then I'm gonna close the sidebar. Okay, so now let me refresh the page, and right now we'll be showing the chat page here. Okay, that's perfect. So how do you actually get the ID, the chat ID from the params? So within the props, right? Next.js actually provides us with the params within the props. So we'll get the params object, and then within it we'll have the chat ID, which is a string. So this chat ID will come from whatever is in the square bracket. So whatever you name here has to match this chat ID. Then with that, let's actually just display the params, right? Within the params, we can actually obtain the chat ID. So let me just display the chat ID here. So if I save it, here it should show index of ID of 1. So if you go to, like, let's say ID of 4, then we can see it's 4, right? So in this case, only chat ID of 1 exists. So let's actually do the styling for this. So the first thing here I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to get the const user ID from the auth, awaits auth from clerk/nextjs. So to use this, we have to convert this into a server component by marking as async. So we'll do const user ID, okay? Then we're gonna check if not user ID. So if they are not authenticated, we don't want them to be here. So we're gonna just return redirect. So this redirect comes from next/navigation, redirect them to /sign in. Okay. then we're gonna try to get all the chats that the user has, right? So because we want to show like the sidebar, the chat sidebar, right? We can show the chat sidebar with all their chats, right? All these chats. Let's actually get that page. So we'll do cons underscore chats equals to await db, right? db from our DrizzleORM dot select from the chats which imports from the schema, right? Let me just pull this aside a little bit more. Where, right, we're going to do equal. So this equal comes from DrizzleORM. So equal when chats.user ID equals to user ID. Right. So this is very similar to a normal SQL statement. So select from chats where chats.user ID equals to user ID. So make sure that you can see the difference between these chats and these underscore chats. These chats actually comes from the schema. So if we press into it, see, this is the schema that we have defined, right? That's why we're able to access the user ID here. Whereas this underscore chats is the list of all the chats that returns from the database. Okay, so with that we can check if not chats. So if basically there isn't any chats, we have to return redirect to slash. Okay, but then the thing is, if within the chats there isn't a valid chat ID, right? That means we couldn't find the chat ID within the owner's chats. Then obviously something is wrong again. So if not underscore chats dot find, right? Chat where chats dot ID equals to chat ID. So if we can't find a valid chat ID, right? So what's the issue here? Right now this let me see. This chat ID is a integer, is a number. So we actually want to parse this into an integer. So parse int here. So if I can't find anything, I'm gonna do the same, return redirect to slash. Okay. So with that, let's actually start styling it. Let's do return. I'm gonna have a upper div, a very big div here. There's a class name of flex max height of screen and overflow of scroll. Okay. Then within this div, let's actually have this another div. This div will have the class name of also flex width of full, max height of screen also, as well as overflow scroll. Okay, so then within that big div we'll have a smaller div. So we'll split it up into 3 sections. Let me just label it so that we can see it properly. So we have a chat sidebar. Then we have the main PDF viewer, and then we have the chat component for them to chat with ChatGPT. Okay, so within the first div here, let's give you a class name of flex-1. So it's gonna take up one unit of space. We'll give you a max width of XS, and then we'll just create a chat. We want to have a chat sidebar component. So we'll create this component later. For the PDF viewer, for this div, we'll give you a class name of max height of screen, padding of 4, overflow of scroll as well, and then flex of 5. So it takes up 5 units of space instead. So we'll have a PDF viewer here. So we'll create that component later. For this chat component, lastly, for the div that's wrapping it, we'll give you a class name of flex-3. So it takes up 3 units of space, border left of 4, and border left of slate 200. Then we'll have the chat component. Okay, so let's create a chat sidebar first. So come down to your components folder. Let's create a component called chat sidebar.tsx. So TSRAFCE to create the sidebar itself. Okay, so this sidebar is gonna take in a few props. It's gonna take in the list of chats and the active chat ID. So we want to have all the chats here, but also to know which chat is the active one. So for this, we want to take in the chats, so be a list of chat. But how do we know where this chat, what's the type of the chat, right? How do you get the type of the chat? If you come back to our schema.ts, we can actually export the type out from the schema, right? So we can actually do, how do we get this? Okay, so in order to get the type of these chats, we can export a type called drizzle chat, and we can do type of chat dot $sign infer select. So this will give us the proper type of chat, so we get all this TypeScript here. So let's save this, and then now let's go back to our chat sidebar. So this chat will be a list of drizzle chats, so we import it from our schema, right? And then obviously we have the chat ID, which is gonna be a number. Okay, so with that done, let's actually style the chat sidebar. So we can obtain a few things. We obtain the chat as well as the chat ID. Okay, so for the chat sidebar, actually let us let's actually just make it into a client component. So later on, because we want to have a Stripe subscription, right? So the button that triggers the Stripe subscription requires the client component. So let's do a wrapping div. So this div will have a class name of width of full, height of screen, padding of 4, text gray of 200, and also background of gray of 900. So we have a darker background. Within this div, we have a link from next/link. Sorry. So this will lead us to. It will lead us to href/. Right. So this will contain a button. Button from UI/button. It will say create a new chat. Create a new chat. So when they click on this button here, if you see in the example, it brings them back to the home page. Okay, so within this button, let's just style it a little nicer. So we'll have a plus circle icon from Lucid-React, but just plus circle, and then we'll give you a styling of, let's say, margin right of 2, width of 4, and height of 4. So let's save that, and right now we actually need to import the sidebar. So let's go to page.tsx. So let's import the chat sidebar. Okay, so let me just move this down here, uncomment this. So let me import this chat sidebar. So it needs a few things, right? It needs the chats. So these chats will come from this underscore chats, and from the chat ID will come from parse int of the chat ID. So I'm going to save this, and hopefully something will show up right now. Okay, so now I have a button that shows new chat. Okay, so the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to expand this screen so that we're able to see the whole screen, because it's supposed to be a big layout, right? So I'm going to come back to my VS Code instance, and we're going to keep coding. Okay, so the next step here is, for this button, let us actually give it a class name of, let's give it a class name of width of full, border dashed, let's give it border of white and border. So if we save this, right, we can now see that hopefully it will have a nicer styling with a dash border around it. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so then below this link, let's actually map through the different chats. So we'll enclose this entire chats array into a flex.flex call. So it'll be a flex column, and we'll give it a gap of 2 and margin top of 4. Within this div, let's actually map through the chats. So chats.map. So for each chat, let's see what we want to return. So we're gonna return a link itself. So this link will have a key of chat.id, but also a href of /chat/chat.id. Right? Okay. Within this link, let us have a div. Right. This div will contain class name of rounded LG large. Then within this div, let's actually put a p tag that is the chat.pdf name. Okay, above the p tag, let's put a new nice message circle icon from Lucid-React. Let's style it, margin right of 2. So let's save it, and then if you come back here, right now it's gonna look kind of weird because we only have one chat, and also it's not properly styled. Okay, but at least something is happening, right? So let's style this paragraph tag. Okay, so this paragraph tag, we're gonna give it a class name of width of full, overflow of hidden, text sm, truncate. So if it's too long, we want to truncate it, and we'll do white space, no wrap, and also text ellipsis. Okay. For this upper div with the rounded large right? Actually, I'm gonna just convert this, remove this. I'm gonna wrap it into a JSX, and I'm gonna call the CN function. So remember this CN function from Shadcn that it created for us. We can use that right now. So the first thing here, let's put rounded large. Let's give it a padding of 3, text late of 300, and also flags and items center. Okay. Then we're gonna add a second parameter in the object. So I'm gonna put bg blue of 600. So if it's the active chat, so I'm gonna put if the chat ID equals to chat ID. So if it's an active chat, I'll give you a background of blue and give you a text of white, right? But if it's not the chat ID, then I'll put hover text white, and we'll just put the negation of that. So if I save it, so if it's the active chat, it should be blue. So right now, because it is active chat, it should be blue. So let's wait for it to reload. Let's see. Okay, so perfect. Now it's working. So it's blue color right now. Okay, so everything's working fine. So let's now come out of this div. Come out of this div that wraps the flex call. Right. So let's collapse it. So below the above the closing div, let's actually put some text here. So let's put a div that has a class name of position absolute, bottom of 4 and left of 4, and we'll have another div that wraps our links. So this link can just link back to like home, right? Or then we have a href of just slash, and then we can maybe have another div to like whatever source code you want. Just put source, and any logos that you want can put here, right? So later here we'll be putting our Stripe button, right? So then we allow them to upgrade their account by pressing this button. So let me just give it a little styling. So for this wrapping div here, let's give a style of flex items dev center, gap of 2, text of SM, text slate of 500, and flex wrap. So let's save this, and hopefully there's nice icons, there are nice text that shows up in the bottom left corner. So we're just waiting for it to reload, and hopefully it reload. And now we can see that it just brings us to the home and the source page. Okay, so I hope everything is clear and understandable to you for now. Okay, so we have completed the chat sidebar. Okay, so now that we have completed the chat sidebar, let's actually go on to create the PDF viewer here. Okay, so I'm gonna come back down to our VS Code instance. So I'm gonna come down here and let's create a new component called PDF viewer.tsx. Okay, so for the PDF viewer, it's gonna be a very simple component, right? Let's just do the same thing. So we'll do tsrafce to create the TypeScript component for us. So it's gonna take in a prop, right? It's gonna take in the PDF URL. So it's gonna be a type of string. So let's just destructure it here, PDF URL. So we're gonna return just an iframe, a normal iframe, right? This iframe is going to have a source of the. So we're gonna be basically using Google Doc. I think Google provides us with a free. I don't know if it's free. I don't know how it works, but it allows us to use Google Docs PDF viewer to show our SGPDF. So for the source, you just put https://docs.google.com/gview, right? And you pass in the URL to be our PDF URL. And then lastly, you want to do make sure that embedded equals to true, right? Then we'll give you a class name of width of full and height of full. That's all there is to here. So let me just height of full. So save it, come back to our page.tsx here, and remember this PDF viewer, let's uncomment it out, import it from our components, pass in the PDF URL to be the so how do we actually get the PDF URL? Let me see. So to get the PDF URL, we must get the current chat. So let's get the current chat. So we do const current chat equals to chats.find chat where chat.id equals to parse int chat ID. So we're just looping through the chats that we get back from the database, and we just find the one that matches the chat ID in the URL. So then for the PDF URL, we can just pass in current chat dot PDF URL. So this might be null, right? So then we can just do, if it doesn't exist, we'll just pass in an empty string. So let's save this, and hopefully we're able to see the runtime doc. So I'm gonna just refresh the page, and then we'll be able to see the PDF embedded being shown here. So let's wait for it to load. I think VS Code is a little, my computer is running a little slow here. Okay, and so yeah, it works. So now we can see that the docs is being embedded into our iframe, which is being imported into our component here. Okay, so that's for the PDF viewer. Alright, so now that we have completed the chat sidebar and the basically the main PDF viewer, let's actually work on the chat component here so that we're able to ask any question we want, and we have that nice streaming effect back from ChatGPT. Right, so we'll be using Vercel AI SDK for this. So if you search Vercel AI SDK, it's a very new SDK that is just released in June. Yeah, in June 15. So I did a video just yesterday about this library. So you're able to I'll be walking you through how we actually create this whole ChatGPT effect from scratch with the help of this library. So this library actually abstracts away a lot of the knowledge needed to create a proper UI and to actually integrate different large language models into our application. So I'll be walking you through that, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to actually create that ChatGPT-like effect. So the first step here is to actually let us create that chat component. So right now here we can see that we have this chat component. So let's come down to our components folder, and let's create that chat component.tsx. Let's do tsrafce for the component. So let's save that first, come back to our page.tsx, and now we can just import the chat component. Okay, so with that chat component, let's actually begin the thing. Okay, so let me, for now, I'm gonna go into my chat component. I'm gonna make this into a client component. Okay, so another thing I need to do is I'm gonna come down to my terminal and gonna install. Let me just move this here so we'll be able to see it. npm install AI. So my face is blocking, but here. So it's just a very simple command. So this AI is the Vercel AI SDK. So let's just install it, and then let me move myself back here. Okay, so I'm gonna collapse this. So we're gonna first set up the UI for this. Okay, so within this chat component, let's return a div with a class name of relative, max height of screen, and overflow of scroll. Within the div, let us have another div. So this is for the header, right? So let's put here a h3 that says chat. We'll give this class name a sticky, so it sticks to the top. We'll give it a top of 0, so it sticks to the top also, and also insert x of 0. So this is a shorthand for basically putting left of 0 and right of 0. And then lastly, we give it padding of 2, background of white, and height of fit. Okay. So this h3, let's give it a class name of text-xl and font of bold. So if we save this right now, we just have this chat component, and it should show the chat message here soon if we wait for it to compile and load. So let's give it a second. So I'm gonna refresh the page, and hopefully it shows up here. Okay, so the chat is shown here, so we make sure that everything is working, and the PDF still loads. Okay, that's good. So below this div here, I'm gonna have create another component just for the message list. Okay, so I'm gonna create a component later, but below that, let's actually create a form. Within this form, we'll have an input. Right. So this input, let's actually install the input from Shadcn. So we'll do npx Shadcn UI at latest add input. Okay, so then we can able to download the input component from Shadcn. Press enter and press yes when it prompts you to, so it installs it to our local system. Okay, so here let me just import the input component from our UI library. So let me just format this. Oops, format. Okay. So let me just destructure a few things from the Vercel AI SDK. So import a few things from AI/React. So actually we only need one thing. It's called use chat. So this use chat actually gives us a lot of functionality to create that streaming UI for ChatGPT experience. So let's destructure a few things from this use chat feature function. So we actually mainly need 4 things. We need the input and also the handle input change. Okay, so for this input, let us pass in the value to be input and the on change to be handle input change. So all these 2 things are doing is giving control to Vercel, is giving control to GPT to control the input here. And then for the form, so whenever we submit on submit, right, we can actually destructure one more function here for handle submit. So it just helps us like deals with all the different submit functionalities for us. Okay, so then with this form completed, right, let's go into the input. Let's style it a little better. So we give a placeholder of ask any question, and let's give you a class name of with full. Okay, so for this form, let's actually give you a few class names. We give it a sticky, so we want to stick to the bottom of the screen. So bottom of 0, inset x of 0, padding x of 2, padding y of 4, and background of white. Okay, below this input, let's have a button. This button from UI/button. Let's just put a send icon from Lucid-React. We give you a class name of height of 4 and width of 4. The button will have a class name of BG blue of 600 and also margin left of 2. So I'm going to save this, and okay, so right now it has an input showing up, so we'll wait for the styles to update, and then it will show up in the UI. So while that is happening, okay, so what this use chat function does for us is that it actually gives us back one more last thing, is the messages array. So this is where the magic happens. This messages array is an array of messages, and basically what it does is it just it allows us to loop through these messages and displace it in our front end however we like. So if you actually inspect these messages, so let's just do messages index 0, and we do dot, we can see that the content, we can even see the row, right? So this content is like the text content of it, but the row here, we can see that it can either be assistant or user, right? So assistant is like the AI reply, and the user is whatever we send to the GPT. So based on whether it's assistant or user, we can render different styles for our messages. So this is exactly what we're gonna do for the message list component. So what I'm gonna do here is gonna come down to my component, and for under component, let's create the message list.tsx. Let's do tsrafce. Okay, so create that component. So the first thing is let's save this, and let's actually import the message list component from our component. And remember, we want to pass in the messages. We want to pass in these messages from the use chat hook that we got from Vercel AI SDK. So let me just go into message list. Okay, for the message list, for the props, let us actually get the messages. It's gonna be type of message. So this message type will come from AI/React, which is perfect. So it's gonna be an array of messages. So let's actually destructure the messages. So then let's do the styling. So I'm gonna do if not messages. I'm gonna just return an empty fragment. So other than that, if messages do exist, let's do a create a div with a class name of flex-call, gap of 2, and padding x of 4. Okay, so yes. Okay, cool. Then within this div, let's actually map through the messages. .map. For each message, let us just return a div with a key of message.id. So let's close this div off. Okay. Within this div, let's actually give it a few class names. Class name. Okay. So we're using the cn function from utils. So for now, it's gonna be flex box, right? But the thing is, we're gonna justify it to the n if the message.row equals to user. So what it does is saying is that if it's a user message, I'm gonna push the message all the way to the right of the screen, right? So let me just show you how it will look like. So if you come back to the original here, we can see that because it's a user message, I align the message to the right. If it's an AI message, I push it to the left. So right now, why is this button here misaligned? So let's look at why that is. Check component. So I think what I did here was I forgot to wrap it in another flex box, right? Yep. So here inside this form, I should wrap it into another flex box that wraps the input and the button so that it aligns together. So in the meantime, we'll pass in the messages into the message list. Okay, so let's save it. So now let's go back to coding it. Okay. So if it's a AI message, let's actually just do justify -start if the message dot row equals to assistant. Okay, so let's add one more style here. We're gonna give it a padding left of 10 and padding right of 10 below here. So within this div, we can actually display the message content. So we have a div which will have a class name of rounded of large. Okay, within the rounded large, let's actually create a paragraph tag that shows the message.content. Okay, and then here, actually for this div, instead of putting it into a string, let's put it in JSX because you want to use a CN function. So firstly, we're gonna have the rounded dash large, that doesn't change. But for the second object, we actually want to color it blue if the message row is user. So we'll do bg dash blue dash 600 and text of white if the message row equals to user, right? So for the other than rounded large, let's give it some more style. So padding x of 3, text sm, padding y of 1, shadow of medium, ring 1, ring dash gray dash 900 divided by 10, right? So let's save this, and that's it for the message list. Okay, so that's good. So right now, obviously, we will not be able to see anything because we do not have any messages that's showing up, right? So how do we actually do the messages? So how it works is that if you come back to this chat component, we can see that this use chat, right? By default, let's see, we can show you, we can actually add some more configuration in the object. So we can pass in a lot more data like the API. So this API is gonna default to /API/chat. Okay, so we have to actually create this endpoint so that whenever we hit enter, it will send the message to our ChatGPT endpoint, and then it will return us with the streaming output from ChatGPT. So let's create this endpoint. So I'm gonna save it, come down to our app, right, under our API. Let's create a chat folder, and inside here let's press root.ts. Okay, so the root.ts is going to be pretty simple, right? So first here is import. Let's import from OpenAI Edge. So because we're using the OpenAI model, so import configuration and also OpenAI API. So we do the same thing, right? We'll do const config equals to new configuration, right? Passing in the API key to be process.env the OpenAI API key. So we already got the API key just now, so we can leave it there. Then we'll do const OpenAI equals to new OpenAI API, passing in the config. So one more thing here is I'm gonna do export const runtime equals to edge. So this is where the edge runtime comes in, right? Because we are using the OpenAI edge, we can actually mark this function as an edge function so that it will make this function much faster when we actually deploy it to Vercel. Okay, so now let's actually export a async function called post. We're gonna take in request to be the request. So how this works is we're gonna first get the body. So I'm gonna do a try catch block. So within a try, let's get the body equals to await request.json. Okay, so in the body we can actually destructure a few things. We want to destructure the messages array. So whenever the check component, right, this will handle all the logic for us. Whenever we press submit on the input, it's going to send the current messages into our /API/chat, which we will receive in this messages request body. Okay, then once we have the message, right, messages array, let us do we ask OpenAI for a streaming chat completion. So we do const response. Const response equals to awaits OpenAI. Awaits OpenAI dot create chat completion. Right, passing three things. We need the model. So the model will be using GPT 3.5 turbo. So it's a very fast model, but it's also very competent. Then we'll pass in the messages array. So this comes from the request body. And lastly, we want to set streaming to be true. So because we want token to come back one by one. So what streaming means is that, let's say I send a request to OpenAI, instead of waiting for it to generate the whole response and then sending it back at once, and we have to wait for maybe a few seconds, the moment that it starts generating tokens one word by one word, it will start sending the one word by one word back to me, and I'm able to display on the front end. Okay, so to actually create that streaming effect, alright, Vercel AI actually give us utility functions to create this, to get the response stream and convert it to a normal stream to our front end. So let's import two things from the AI library itself. So this AI is from the Vercel AI SDK. So we need the OpenAI stream and also the streaming text response utility function here. So first, let's get the stream to, we basically call the OpenAI stream function, OpenAI stream, and passing in the response. Then lastly, we can return a new streaming text response, passing in the stream. So it will take the streaming response from OpenAI and passes it back to our front end. Then let us save this, come back to our chat component, right, and look at the magic here, right? And believe it or not, this is all it takes for it to create ChatGPT, right? So now if I try it, ask any question. So right now, let me ask hello, I send it, right? We should be able to see the ChatGPT slowly answering back. So let's wait for the chat. I can see, look, it works, and that's incredible. We didn't really write any custom code. All we need to do was call some functions from the Vercel AI SDK, and it's able to create that chat streaming effect for me. So I can ask how is explain JavaScript runtime to me. So you can see that there's a streaming effect from ChatGPT. So what it does is it hits the backend, it hits the /API/chat, then it creates that streaming effect, and then basically it sends to the front end, and then it updates the messages array, right? So remember here, these messages that we got from this use chat, right? It update the messages, then we pass it to the message list, and then we look through the message list, and depending on whether it was the AI responding or the user responding, we're able to create this beautiful response, right? So the issue right now is that, yes, although we have a nice ChatGPT interface going on, this ChatGPT has no idea about the PDF, right? It doesn't know any idea about what the PDF is talking about. So in the next part here, we're gonna start trying to fit the context of the PDF into the ChatGPT response so that it has context of the PDF. Okay, so now that we have this ChatGPT interface, right, the issue right now is that it doesn't have context about the PDF. So let's go back to the Excalibur to see what we're gonna do next. So remember, now that we have all these vector embeddings documents stored within our Pinecone DB, right? So how do we actually get the relevant vector embeddings whenever we ask a question? So let's say the second part, right? See this search part. So the first step here is to embed the queries. Then we're gonna query the Pinecone DB for similar vectors. So then we're gonna take maybe the top 5 similar vectors. We're gonna extract out the metadata of the similar vectors. So we're gonna take out the text content of the top 5 similar vectors, and then we'll feed the whole paragraph of context into the OpenAI prompt. So if you come back to our function here within the chat root, right here, whenever we do this, we get the create chat completion, right? For these messages, right, we can actually get another prompt. So we can have additional prompt such that we're able to give the OpenAI context of the PDF. So that's what we're gonna do next. So let's just open our directory and let's create that function to get the context. So I'm gonna close up everything and come down to our lib, and let's create a new file called context.ts. So this context.ts is going to mainly have two functions, right? So it's gonna have two functions. The first function is gonna be called export async function get context. So this is the actual function to get the context of the query. So we'll take in the query, which is a string, right? So this query is basically what is being passed whenever we ask a question, like in this chat box here, okay? And the second thing is we want to have the file key, right? So remember why we need a file key? Because we need the namespace. So remember I introduced the time we talked about we need this namespace. So remember just now whenever we push vectors within the Pinecone, we actually added a namespace prop, right? So now we need to get the correct namespace so that we search the vector DB for the within the correct namespace, so that we're not searching for information from other PDFs, right? So therefore we also need this file key to get the correct namespace. So then to do this, let us first, so we also need another function, export. Let me see. So this second function will be called get matches from embeddings. So this step, this function will take in embeddings. So it's a vector, so it's an array of number, and also the file key, which is a string. So this function is going to basically take the query vector, is going to search through the Pinecone for the top 5 similar vector, and then it's going to return me the top 5 similar vectors. So I'm going to write out the code and then we'll see what it means. Alright, so the first thing here I'm going to do is for these get matches from embeddings, so I'm going to be querying Pinecone, right? So I need the Pinecone client. So I'm going to do const Pinecone equals to new Pinecone client, right? Then we'll do awaits Pinecone.init, right? So we need the API key, which is Pinecone API key, ensure that it exists, and we also need the environment, right? This environment is going to be the Pinecone environment. So make sure you have this within your env here, right? So we did it just now, so it's fine. So ensure this exists. So this should be environment. Okay. So after initializing Pinecone, let's get the index, right? The Pinecone index. We do await Pinecone.index. So the index, remember what you name it? I name it chat PDF, right? So it's the one that corresponds to within your Pinecone console, chat PDF. Okay. So now that we got this index, let's do a try catch block. So if it fails, let's just do console.log error querying embeddings. Then we just pass in the error. Then we just throw the error back to the caller. Throw error. Okay. So what do we try? So first we get the namespace. So remember the namespace, we have to convert the file key into ASCII characters. So we import that from utils and we pass in the file key. And then we want to initialize a const query request, right? So query result. So this query result is gonna be the function is gonna get back from this function called index.query. So Pinecone index actually has a function called query, right? So if we go into the object, we can see that we need a query request object. So with this query request object, we can pass in a lot of the vectors that we want to search for. So this top k basically is asking Pinecone how many vectors do you want to return. So if we put top k as 5, it's saying that we want to return us with the top 5 similar vectors that matches the query embedding. Then we pass in the vector that we actually want to query against, which is the embeddings that's passed into this parameter. And then we want to include metadata so that we can get back the text, the original text from the query, the similar vectors. And we pass in the namespace, which is from the convert to ASCII. So this query result, you can see that it's going to be a query response. So we can then return query result dot matches else an empty array. So this matches is going to return us with the top 5 scored vector. So it's going to be an array of 5 vectors because we put in top k as 5. Right, so then we're going to return this. If not, we just return an empty array. Okay, so now that we have this function, we can actually call this get matches from embedding within this get context function here. So I'm going to do const query embeddings equals to await get embeddings. So we've written this function using OpenAI, right? Then we pass in the query string, right? And then now we can actually call this above function. So we do const matches equals to await gets matches from embeddings, pass in the query embeddings and the file key. Okay, so these matches will be returned from this query result of matches. Then we can do const qualifying docs equals to matches dot filter. So for each match, we're gonna return the if match.score exists, we're gonna return match.score bigger than 0.7, right? So what this does is basically it will loop through all the matching vectors. So if the score matches more than 70%, then we return it. So if it's less than 70%, it's probably irrelevant, so we just want to ignore that. Okay, then lastly, we can type the metadata. So remember the metadata, type metadata. We have a text, which is a string, and as well as a page number, which is a number. Okay, so with that we can then do let docs equals to matches dot map matches sorry, we can actually do qualifying docs dot map for each match. We can do match dot metadata as metadata, so we customly type it dot text. So what it does is, if we go through each docs, right, then because remember we added the metadata before pushing it to Pinecone, then we can just get back the text. Then lastly, we just want to return docs.join, docs.join /n. So basically, let's say we get back five vectors, right? The 5 vectors, we're gonna basically take the 5 paragraphs from each the 5 vectors, then we're just gonna join it together. Then that's gonna be the context block in which we feed into OpenAI prompt. Then we're gonna substring it to 0 to 3000. So in case that the docs exceeds 3000 characters, we'll just cut it off, because we don't want to feed too much information into OpenAI, because then the token limit might be reached, right? So let's save this. So we've actually completed this function. Okay, so then let us come back to our chat's root. So now within here, we can actually get the context. Get the context here. Okay, so the first thing here, what we're gonna do is we need the file key, right? So remember what we want to do is we want to get the last message. Const last message equals to messages or message.length -1. So the last message is the message that is sent in by the user. So this last message is the query itself. So how do we get the context? So context equals to await gets context, right? We import it from our library context. So we get last message, right, which is the query. But how do we get the file key, right? Right now we can't get the file key from this request body, right? So this file key has to actually come from the chat itself, right? So to get that file key, we actually need to go back to our chat component, right? So underneath this use chat, right, there's another parameter that we can pass in, which is the body, right? So these additional objects that can be passed back to our backend here whenever we make the call. So we can pass in a chat ID, right? So how do we get the chat ID? We can get it from props. So let me just type it out first, and then we'll be able to explain how the entire flow works. So we need the chat ID. So if you come back to our page.tsx, we need to pass in this chat ID to chat ID in parse int chat ID. Okay, that works. Then save it. So from our page.tsx, we pass in the chat ID to our chat component. We receive it in props, and basically this use chat, we pass it into the body so that we can destructure it from the request body at the backend here, chat ID. So I hope you get the flow of it. Okay, so how do we get the file key from the chat ID? We can query the database for this, right? So we do const underscore chats equals to awaits db. So this from DrizzleORM dot select dot from chats where, so these chats have to import from schema also, where equals chats dot id equals to chat ID. Okay, yep. So then we're gonna check if chats dot length not equals to 1. So if there's not exactly one chat, something went wrong, we're just gonna return a next response .json. Sorry, let's import this, saying that error chat not found, passing in a status of 404. Okay, so everything looks good. Okay, so now that we got the chats, right, we can obtain the chat. So const file key equals to underscore chats index 0, because we're basically getting back a list of all the chats that fulfills these requirements, right? So we do underscore chats dot file key. So this is how we obtain the file key. Okay, then we can just pass in the file key into our context. So now this context should return us with a whole paragraph of relevant vectors and their page content. So with that, we can actually now feed it into the response. So I'm gonna just do const prompt equals to an object where the role will be a system. So this is us now feeding the context into ChatGPT. So I'm gonna copy paste this prompt because I didn't write it out, but I got it from somewhere. I got it from the Vercel AI docs, right? So I'm gonna paste this in. Let me just make this work. Okay, so basically what it does is it tells you the role is a system and tells you the content is telling the AI that is a powerful human-like AI. And basically what it does is it passes in the context block, right? So this context, you can see that in templates it in within the prompt, and it tells it that AI assistant will take into account any context block that is provided in the conversation. Yeah. So I'll post this prompt into the description below, so you don't have to manually write it out yourself. Okay. So now that we have this prompt, we can now feed it into the response of this create chat completion. So for these messages, right, other than just passing in the messages from the request body, I'm also going to map through. I'm gonna pass in the prompt itself, as well as all the messages dot filter message dot message dot role equals to user. So this message will have a type of message which comes from AI/React. So let me import that from AI/React. Okay, so what this does is basically for this messages array that is being passed into OpenAI, I pass in the prompt, which is this entire context block, right? It contains all the relevant documents, as well as I pass in all the messages that only belongs to the user, right? So we only care about what the user is asking. So if the messages contains any assistant messages, we just block that out so that we can save some context. We save some token space when we create the chat completion. So I hope you understand. And then lastly, I think that's pretty much it. We completed it. So then we can save this file, come back to chat component, right? Come back to chat component, and let's see if anything else is required. Okay. So one last thing here that I want to add is let me see. So whenever the message is being sent, right, is being basically entered, I want to scroll all the way down, right? Because if not, like, let's say I ask a question, right, it does not automatically scroll down for me. So to do that, what I can do is I'm gonna come back up to a let me see message. Okay, under our chat component. So for our wrapping div here, I'm gonna give you an ID of message container. Then I'm gonna add a react.use effect, right? So basically every time the messages change, I'm gonna do document const message container equals to document.getElement by ID, right? So I'm gonna get the ID of this div. Then if the message container exists, right, then I'm gonna do message container dot scroll to the top should be message container dot scroll height, and behavior should be smooth. Okay, so this will basically automatically scroll us down to the bottom of the message whenever there's a new message that comes in. So if we save everything, right, and let's hope that it works. So I'm gonna just refresh the page right now. Okay, so I'm gonna try everything from scratch to make sure that everything is still working as intended. So I'm gonna press a new chat, and I'm gonna wait for it to bring me back to the home page. So now I'm gonna upload my own custom document, and let's test if it works. Okay, so I'm gonna do drop PDF here. So let me select a relevant PDF. Let's say I ask about my resume, because at least that's something I know will work. So it's gonna be uploading it to ChatGPT. You upload to S3, then you upload to Pinecone. So let's wait for a while. Because it's running locally, it's gonna be a little slower, but when we push it up to Vercel, this process is going to be really, really fast. So let's wait for it to load. So let me see if everything is working fine. Okay, so chat has been created. We can see that the resume has been uploaded. I can see my resume here. And so by right, if I ask the question, it should take into context my PDF. So let me ask, what school did Elliot attend? Question mark. So let's wait for it to respond, and hopefully it's able to give me something insightful. Oh, something is breaking. So let's look at the error. Okay, cannot read undefined. Text.replace is not a function. Error calling OpenAI embeddings API. So let's see why that is the issue. Okay, so I see the issue. Right now we can see the last message is this is an object itself, right? But then we should be really getting the message.content, right? Instead of passing the whole last message. So let's pass in the message.content. So let's save this. So hopefully that explains the error. So yeah, I'll be debugging like this. Okay, so this should work now. So I can ask, where did Elliot attend school? Question mark. So if I send this, hopefully if everything goes right, okay, yes, that's awesome. So it's able to see that it has gotten out of the context from my education vector within my PDF. It's able to give me an insightful answer. Okay, so let me ask, like, let's say, how many projects did he do? So let me save that. And so I mean, obviously it's not perfect, but it's able to get in context within the PDF, and that's really exciting for me here. Okay, so the issue right now is that everything is working perfectly. However, the moment I refresh, right, you can see that the chat log doesn't get saved, right? Because we're not saving the chat store database. So how do we actually save the chat store database? It's a really simple thing, and that's why I really love about the Vercel AI SDK. So if you come back to our, you see this OpenAI stream, right? It actually accepts a second parameter, which is an object, and within this object, it gives us a lot of hooks and callbacks. So we can see that on start. So basically, what this function, this callback does is that whenever the query has started, it's gonna give us that prompt, right? It's gonna tell us that it started, and then we can save the prompt into our database, right? That means we're gonna save the user's message within our database. So what we're gonna do is on start, we're gonna save user message into DB, right? Then the second one is on completion. So whenever the AI finish responding, it's gonna give us the completion, and then we can then save this into our database. So then save AI message into DB. So let's do that. It's a very simple call. So we just do await DB dot insert, right? Insert into our messages. So we can see that messages right now is importing from the request body, but actually we want the messages from our Drizzle schema. So let's get that. So instead of this chat, let's also import the messages, and we can rename it to underscore messages so that the naming doesn't collide. Okay, so we're gonna insert into messages dot values, right? It's gonna take an object, so we can see the different attributes we need. So we need a chat ID. So we have that from the request body, so that's perfect. Then we also need the content, so we can get that from last message.content. So this is the user query, and then we can do the role, which is a user. Okay, then whenever it has completed, so that we can save the AI message into our database, we do something very similar. So for this content, it's just literally completion. So completion is just a normal string. Okay, then that's pretty much it. So we have successfully saved the message into our database. Okay, so how do we actually access the messages whenever we first load here? Okay, that's a very simple thing to do. Let's create a new root within our API called get-messages. Let's create a folder called get-messages. We'll create a root.ts underneath here. Okay, so inside this root is a really simple function. We just want to return all the messages for a given chat ID. Okay, so we'll do export const post equals to an async function. This will take in the request object. Okay, so it's just we're gonna get the body from await request.json. So we're gonna destructure the chat ID from the request body, and then we'll just do const messages equals to await DB. So we'll import this DB from adlib, and then we can do .select dot from messages. So these messages can be import from schema dot where equals messages dot chat ID equals to the chat ID passed into the request param. So it really is like SQL. So DrizzleORM is cool in this sense. So actually we can also mark this export const runtime equals to H to make this function faster when we deploy it, because Drizzle is compatible to H runtime. That's why we can do this. Then we just want to return next response dot JSON, pass in the messages. Okay, so let's save this. So now we're gonna call this function, call this root from the front end, right? So this chat component, we can see that for this use chat, right, there's one more thing that we can actually pass into this chat component. Within our object here, we can pass in other than the body here, we can pass in an initial messages, which can be an array, right? So how do we get back these initial messages? We can just do a call to our endpoint just now. So we'll do that from a use query. So this is from React query again, use query. Okay, we'll pass in the query key, right? So this key is to uniquely identify this query made to the backend, right? So we'll query the chat ID, and then so this can be anything, right? This is not important. The query key doesn't make much of a difference. So the query function is what is being called to get the messages. So we'll do const response equals to await axios dot post to /API /get messages, right? We pass in the chat's ID, right? And then we can pass in a generic, so that this will always ensure that it's going to be a message array. So then this message array that we get back here, this response.data. So let me just return response.data. We can see that this response.data will have a type of message array. Then we can just pass in this data. So let's destructure the data from here. This data will have the message array, right? And with this initial message, we can just pass it here, data. If not, pass in the empty array. Yeah, that's all that is, right? So one more thing here is let's just save that first, and let's make sure that it works. Okay, so I'm going to refresh the page. I'm going to refresh the page, and then I'm going to wait for it to load, and then I'm going to ask the question, and hopefully it saves my query to the database. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question like, where did he intern at ? Okay, so it should return me with the response. Then if I refresh the page, hopefully this chat will, okay, so it works. So when I refresh the page, we can see that it gets the messages that is stored within the database. It passes the array into the use message hook, so that it renders the initial messages. That's good. So one more slight UI improvement that I just want to make, is a very simple one. It's just to, while I'm fetching the data is loading, so I get is loading from this use query, I'm going to pass it into my message list. So I'll pass is loading to is loading. Okay, I'm going to go into my message list. I'll accept this as props is loading. It's going to be a boolean. Okay, then I just want to, if it's loading, I just want to show a loading spinner. That's pretty much what I want to do. So I'm going to show if is loading. So let's destructure it from the props itself. Is loading. I'm going to return a div. Sorry. So I'm going to return a div with position absolute. Right, we'll give you a custom of top of half, left of half, negative translates x of half, negative translates y of half. Then inside here I'm going to put a loader 2 imported from Lucid React. Let's give you a custom of width of 6, height of 6, and animate spin. So this is just that when it's loading the initial messages, there's a nice loading effect. Refresh the page again. Okay, so I guess there's a side flash of the loader if you can see carefully, but yeah, so that's pretty much what we need to do to get the database to save the chat logs. Alright, so we're basically done with the project. Like the main functionality of the chat to PDF has been finished. We have been fully implemented by now. So the last part here is I'm going to teach you how to implement Stripe into this product to really make it into a software as a service for you to market it and improve on it. Okay, so the first step to integrating Stripe is let's install the Stripe package. So we'll do npm install Stripe. Okay, Then let us come down to let's actually clear out all the files here so that we start fresh. Okay, so come down into your schema.ts. Here, we're going to create a new user subscription schema to store records of whether a user has paid for the pro subscription or not. Okay, so within your schema.ts, we're gonna export a new table called user subscription. So export const user subscriptions equals to a PG table user subscriptions, right? And then for within the object, the columns will have ID. So the serial ID, which is a primary key. We have a user ID, which is a varchar of a user ID, and let us just give it a length of 256 characters. Okay. Then we'll have we'll have to make this not null, as well as this field has to be unique. Unique. Okay. Then for the user ID, we have a Stripe customer ID, right? This will be a varchar as well. We'll give you a Stripe customer ID, and then we'll have a length of also 256. Okay, this has also not null as well as unique. Okay, then we'll have a Stripe subscription ID. It's gonna be a varchar of Stripe subscription ID. Let's give you a length of 256. However, this time this field could be null, so yeah, but we still want it to be unique. Then we have a Stripe price ID, a varchar mapped to Stripe price ID within the database. We'll give it a length of 256, and this could be null also. Then lastly, we have a Stripe current period end. Let's give you a timestamp of Stripe current period end, and let's make this nullable. So with that out of the way, let's save this file. So we have created this user subscription table. So now let's actually push it to our database. So we'll do the same thing, npx drizzle kit push -pg, right? So let me move myself out of the way. npx drizzle kit push with a pg command. So we have already done this before. So with that, let's just press enter, and hopefully that it works. Okay, so changes has been applied. So perfect. So the migration has worked. So now let's close the terminal. So now a new table has been created within the Neon database. Okay, so come onto your folder, come down to your lib, let's create a stripe.ts. So this is gonna contain our initialization of the Stripe library. So the first thing here is let's import Stripe from the Stripe package that we installed from npm. Then let's export const Stripe equals to a new Stripe passing in the process.env.stripe API key as string, and then the second object, the configuration, will pass in the API version, right, to be whatever they ask you to enter, and TypeScript to be true. Okay, so let me just spell this right, const, and save it. Alright, so to get the API key, let's come down to our browser, go to Stripe console, just search for Stripe console within Google, and come down to the first link here, Stripe login, the dashboard. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna create a Stripe account if you have not. If you have, you just log in. So in this case, I have already signed in, right? And the first thing you want to do is come down to the top left hand corner. So I'm gonna zoom in a little, and then I need to create a new account and name this whatever you want. So I'm gonna name it chat pdf-youtube. Country of operation, choose the one that you are based out of, then create an account. So you might need to enter your password sometimes to access certain part of the dashboard. So after creating the account, you should be able to be led to the developers page, right? So come to press developers, and you should be able to see your API keys. Okay, so this is the secret key. So we need the secret key. So review the secret key and just click to copy to your dashboard, to your clipboard. Then we have to come back to our env.env. So let me just come down here and let's do Stripe. So just enter Stripe API key. Let's enter it here, the SK test. Let's save it and let's close the file. Okay, that's good. So now we need to come down to our folder, come down to our API, and let us create a new folder called Stripe. Within that, let's create the routes.ts. Okay, so this will map to /API/Stripe. So later we'll be calling this backend, right, to actually create the payments and create the billing accounts. Okay. So with this, let us actually start writing a code for this Stripe endpoint. Alright. So the first thing I want to do is export a async function called get. So it'll be a get request. So we'll do a try catch block. So the first thing we want to do is we want to get the authenticated user, awaits auth. So this comes from Next.js. So we've done this before. We're gonna get the user ID. Okay. So now that we have the user ID, we get a check for the user. Const user equals to await a current user. So this is also a function from clerk/Next.js. Then we're gonna check if not user ID. That means they're not authenticated. Let's return a new next response telling you that is unauthorized and passing a status of 401. So if they are authenticated, let's actually check for their user subscription. Have they subscribed to the account? So if they have subscribed to the pro account, that means they're trying to cancel the account or change their subscription. But if they have not subscribed, that means if there's no row within the database, that means we know that they are trying to subscribe for the first time. So let's get the const user subscriptions equals to await db from drizzle.select from user subscriptions. So this comes from schema .where equals, so we check the user subscriptions .user ID equals to the user ID passed in from clerk here. Okay, so if user subscriptions at index 0 right, and user subscriptions at index 0 dot stripe customer ID. So if the customer ID exists within the database, that means they are subscribed. That means they are trying to cancel at the billing portal. Thus, we're gonna do get const stripe session equals to await stripe. So this is from our lib stripe dot billing portal dot sessions dot create, right? Passing the customer to be user subscriptions index 0 dot stripe customer ID, and then the return URL. Let's just let's actually make that into a variable up here. So const return URL to be process.env.next public URL. Sorry, this can be named to next base URL. So let's create the env variable. So let's put under here next base URL. So this is just where we want it to redirect to if they cancel or if they finish the transaction in Stripe. So for now, it will be HTTP localhost 3000. Then when we deploy to Vercel, obviously we want to put it as the Vercel URL. Okay, so let's save this. So this will be next base URL plus slash, right? So we want to return it to the return URL. Okay, then after that we can just return a next response dot JSON passing the URL to be stripe session dot URL. Okay. However, if this is not the case, that means it's the user's first time trying to subscribe. Okay. So if that's the case, let us do const stripe session equals to await stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. So for the success URL, we're gonna pass in just the return URL. Okay. For the cancel URL, we're also gonna pass in the return URL. Then for the payment method types, we'll just pass in one type, which is the card. We just want to accept card. Then for the mode, it'll be subscription. For the billing address collection, let's put it to auto. For the customer email, we'll pass in user.email addresses. So one user might have a lot of email addresses. Index 0, we'll take the first one, .email address. Okay. Then we will do line items. So this is the list of items we want to buy. So in this case, there's only one item, right, which is the subscription. So it will be price data, right? This is gonna be object. The currency, let's put it as USD, right? USD. For the product data is gonna be object. The name will be chats PDF Pro, with the description being unlimited PDF sessions. Then outside of the product data, let us put unit amount to be 2,000, which represents $200. Not $200, $20 a month. Then recurring will set to object of the interval, meaning the month. Okay, so it will recur every month. So that's how the subscription works. And then outside of the price data, right? Outside of the price data, we'll put the quantity as 1. Okay, then finally, outside of the line items, right? So outside of the line items within this array, right? We'll pass the metadata, right? Passing the user ID. So we need this user ID because later on, whenever we finish this transaction, right? Stripe is going to send a webhook back to our API endpoint again, and within the endpoint, we need to be able to access who actually did the transaction. That's why we need this user ID metadata here. So lastly, after this Stripe session has been created, let's just return a next response.json, passing the URL to be Stripe session.url. Okay, so if there's any errors, let's just console.log a Stripe error, passing the error, and we'll just return a new next response saying that internal server error with a status of 500. Okay, so let's save this first. Okay, so let's actually try using this endpoint in our web application. So if you come down to our chat sidebar, right? Let's come down to our chat sidebar. Right? We'll have a button below here, below the Stripe button here, that actually displays our Stripe button. So what I'm going to do here is I'm gonna wrap this entire thing into I'm gonna move this Stripe button outside of this, and let me give it a button, okay, of class name of margin top of 2. Okay, this button will have a class name of text white and bg slate 700. Okay, and then it's gonna say upgrade to pro. Okay, so then let's create a function for the what happens when we click on the button. So const handle subscription. Right, what happens is we want to make it an async function. Right, we're gonna do try catch. So let us have a what's the issue here? Okay, here should be like this. So we'll have a state for the loading state, right, when it's loading the backend. So first we will do set loading to be true. Then finally we want to set loading to be false. Okay, so what we're gonna do is do const response equals to await axios dot get slash API slash stripe. So this will hit the endpoint that we set up here, root.ts, right? And remember, it's gonna return us with a URL. So whether it's URL from here or URL from here, we are ensured that there is a URL. So we're gonna do window.location.href equals to response.data.url. So this is gonna redirect us to the Stripe page. So if there's any error, let's just console.error the error. So let's save this and let's go back to our page. So I'm gonna refresh the page, and let's hope that the subscription button shows up and then it is able to show us a subscription. Okay, so we can see this upgrade to pro button working. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna disable this button, disable when it's loading. Okay, so I'm gonna save it. So then let me just refresh the page again. So I think it's just my computer being slow right now. So hopefully this will work. Okay, so let me just refresh the page. Alright. So when I press upgrade to pro, it should disable and then show me, and eventually lead me to the Stripe checkout page. So I'm gonna upgrade to pro. Okay, so right now obviously nothing is happening because I haven't bounded the on-click handler. So let me just do on-click. I'm gonna do handle subscription. So let me save this. So whenever I click on this button, I want to actually call this function up here to redirect me to the Stripe checkout page. Alright, so let me just refresh the page again. So wait for NextJS to load. So then once it has loaded, so by right, if I click on this button, it should lead me to the Stripe checkout page. So I'm going to click on it. So now it's disabled. So it's loading the backend. Then it's going to create the Stripe checkout sessions and return me with a URL. Then it's going to redirect me and replace this whole page with a Stripe checkout. So let's wait for the Next.js route to come back. So then, okay, see, it works. So we can see that it's asking us to subscribe to Chat PDF Pro, and here we can enter all details. So once we entered it, right, it's actually going to help us send a webhook back to our application. So let's set up the webhook. Okay, so I'm going to come back here. Come back to our VS Code. Come back to our directory. Within our app, let's create another folder called webhook. Inside here, let's do root.ts. Okay, so this root.ts will be the webhook that what's that called? That Stripe is going to send back to us whenever the transaction succeeds or whether it failed. Alright, so let us just do export async function post. Right, it's going to take the request body. Right, so this request is going to be made by Stripe itself. So we get the body equals to await request.text. Right, then we do const signature. So we want to verify that the webhook is indeed coming from Stripe itself. So we take headers. So this headers function will be imported from next/headers. So headers. So invoke it. Then we'll do headers.get Stripe signature as string, right? Then we'll initialize an event, like event, to be a stripe.event. Okay, then let us do a try catch block. So events equals to stripe.webhook. So let's import the Stripe from our lib folder. webhooks.construct event. Right, we'll pass in the body, the signature, as well as the process.env.stripe webhook secret. So I'll show you how to get the webhook secret in just a bit. Let's just code it out first as string. Okay, so we'll construct this event and save it to the event variable here. Okay, so if there's any errors, that means then the Stripe signature didn't come true. That means is something suspicious going on. So just return a new next response, right, that says webhook error. Pass in a status of 400. Okay, then lastly, we just need to come out of this. So we can check for the sessions. Const session equals to events.data.object as stripe.checkout.session. Okay, so we're gonna check. So if the new subscription is created, we'll save it to the database. So if events.type equals to checkout.session.completed. Okay, so if the checkout is completed, we're gonna take const subscription equals to await stripe.subscriptions.retrieve. Okay, what do you want to retrieve? We want to retrieve the session.subscription as string. Okay, then we'll check if not session.metadata.user ID. So remember, this metadata.user ID is what we pass in to this metadata here. That's why we need it to show here. So if the user ID does not exist, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say that, okay, something's invalid. We'll do return new next response saying that no user ID. Okay, then if everything passes, we'll just insert into database. So in await db.insert user subscriptions from the schema .values. So we want the user ID to be the session.metadata.user ID, right? Then Stripe subscription ID will be the subscription.id. Stripe customer ID will be subscription.customer as string. Then Stripe price ID will be subscription.id items.data index0.price.id. And then lastly, we have the stripe current period end, which will be a new date, and we'll initialize it to subscription.current period end multiplied by 1000. Okay, so we've inserted into the database, right? So if it's not the subscription created, that means the payment has succeeded. So we gotta check if events.type equals to invoice.payment succeeded, right? So if this is the case, we do const subscription equals to await stripe.subscription.retrieve. We're gonna retrieve session.subscription as string. Okay, then we're gonna do await db dot update user subscriptions, right? We're gonna set the stripe price ID to be subscription dot items dot data index0.price.id. Then we set the stripe current period end to the new date subscription.current period end times 100. So it's the same thing as above, but we're just updating the current row, right? We want to update it where the user ID, the user subscription dot stripe subscription ID equals to the subscription.id. So we're basically we're gonna look at the subscription and we're gonna update the database based on the where clause here. Okay, then finally, this is the most important part. We're going to return a new next response, right, of now and 200. And the status has to be 200. So the status has to be 200 so that the webhook knows that it has finished its job. So if you don't return this status of 200, Stripe will think that something went wrong, and you keep sending messages to your endpoint until it gets a success back. So that's what the status 200 is for. Okay, so now that we got this, let us actually add one more thing. So come back to your middleware.ts. We need to add this root to the we need to add this middleware /API/middleware to the public root, because Stripe will be the one that's hitting this middleware, so we need to be public. So let's save it, and lastly, let us go into our Stripe endpoint, Stripe console here. Come out to webhooks here, and you will need to be able to test it here. So what's the issue here? So let's cancel this. So I'm just gonna stop my Next.js server for now because it's getting really slow. So come back to your Stripe console. Okay, so what we're gonna do is come down to webhooks. We're gonna test in local environment. Okay, so the first step here is to download the CLI. So you can follow the instructions depending on whether you're on Windows or you're on Mac or you're on Linux. So for me, I'm on Mac, so I did brew install. Right, if you're on Mac, you can just follow their instruction here, Windows. Yep. So after you have installed the Stripe CLI, come down to your terminal and do Stripe login. So come back to your VS Code instance and just do Stripe login. So it will ask you to open this link within the browser to verify that you are trying to test your Stripe webhook. Then just click on allow access. So then you are logged in within the command line. So see that the CLI is configured. The next step here is Stripe listen to. So let me copy this command. We need to modify it. So it's saying that where is our API, where is our webhook listening on? So we're listening on localhost port 3000 /API/webhook. So this corresponded to our webhook here. So then I'm gonna press enter, and basically it's gonna set up a local testing environment for our Stripe. So you can see this. It has given us our webhook signing secret. So I'm going to copy this WHSEC all the way to the end, copy it, come out to our .env, right, and then just paste it here. So next, it should be Stripe webhook signing secret, paste it in here. So make sure this variable is here, and then we'll come down to our webhook. So we can see that we have this Stripe webhook secret right here, right? So make sure that whatever variable here corresponds to whatever you have within the .env. So then once you have that, let us save the file, and then we can actually test out the webhook signing. So I'm gonna open the terminal up bigger. I'm gonna start my dev server running again. So what this is going to do is, once we completed a checkout on the Stripe page, it's going to send a webhook to our API. It's going to send a webhook to our endpoint. Then we're going to create a row in the database, and then based on that, we can then check whether a user is subscribed to us. So come back here, I'm going to refresh the page, wait for Next.js to compile for me. Okay, so as it is compiling. Okay, so everything is up and running again. So I'm going to press upgrade to Pro. It will then lead me to the Stripe checkout page. Okay, so then I'm going to enter a test credit card. So because we are testing, I can enter something like 424242 all the way. The same here. I'll just give it my name. And let's press subscribe. And I need to look carefully as what happens to the backend. So if everything goes well, we should see 200 requests. Oh, 401. Okay, so my mistake, I made a mistake here. This should be /API/webhook, right? It's not API/middleware, so that's my mistake. So let's save this and let's try again. So this 401 error is unauthorized, right? So let's try again. So I'm gonna go to my the go to chat is not finished implemented, so let's just manually go to our /chat/1, right? Then what I'm gonna do is come down to our subscription. Okay, so let's try again. So I'm gonna press upgrade to Pro. Then it's gonna send me to the Stripe checkout page, and I'll try again. Right, so 424242 all the way. My name, subscribe. So by right, if everything goes well now, we should be able to see 200 requests coming in. Oh, 404, still 404. Okay, this is yet another very, very silly mistake, right? So we can see that let me save my env file here. So the silly mistake that I've made here is that you can see that this webhook, right, it has been placed in the roots app folder, whilst this webhook folder should actually be placed within the API folder. So I'm gonna move it up here, move it up into the /API folder. Move it up. This should be placed in the API folder, not in the app folder. So I hope you didn't make the same mistake as me here. So I'm gonna put it in. Okay, so because it is file-based routing, right? So this webhook has to be placed within the /API folder. So let me try one last time. So hopefully this time everything will work. So let's go to, okay, so let me just upgrade to Pro. Alright, so let me test one last time. Hopefully this time it will work. So 424242424242. Subscribe. So if you look at the backend, this time it should return us with 200 response. And let's see if it works. Let's wait for a while. So it's compiling it. Okay, yeah, it works. So now it returns with 200. That means everything works perfectly. And now if we go look into our database, we should be able to see the row. So right now let's create a utility function to check whether a user is subscribed to the Pro account. So come under to your let's see, your lib folder, and let's create a file called subscription.ts. Okay, so for this subscription.ts, we have to check whether the row exists within the database. So what I'm gonna do is first export a function called check subscription. It's gonna be an async function. Okay, so we're gonna first check if they're logged in, awaits auth. So this is from clerk, right? This is from clerk itself. Let's import it slowly. Then we're gonna check get the user ID out of it. We're gonna check if not user ID, we're gonna return false. So if they're not logged in, obviously they're not a Pro user. Then we'll get all the current, we'll get the user subscriptions. Sorry, user subscriptions from awaits db.select. So this db comes from our lib/db as usual. .select .from user subscriptions. This one will come from our schema, where equals to the user. Sorry, so I'm blocking it. User subscriptions dot user ID equals to user ID. So let's save this. So this just merely checks for whether the row exists. So if not user subscriptions index 0, right, then we know obviously it's false. That means they do not have a record in the database, so they're not subscribed. Okay, so let's get the actual user subscription from underscore user subscriptions index 0. Okay, and then we can do const is valid is going to be user subscription dot stripe price ID. So they must have a price ID that exists, as well as the user subscription dot stripe current period end dot get time, right, plus let's define one variable up here called const day in milliseconds. So how many milliseconds are in the day? 1000 times 60 times 60 times 24. So if the current period end plus 1 day in milliseconds, so we give them a 1 day buffer. If it is bigger than date.now, that means it is still valid, right? So if it's valid, if both of these statements are valid, right? So if the stripe price ID exists and they still have their expiration is not over, then we want to return not is valid. So this converts it into a boolean. Okay, so this function exists now for us to actually check whether the user is subscribed to Chat PDF Pro. So the last step here is to actually, let's come back down to our app.tsx, so the main page here. So above here, remember here we asked to put this go to chats here. So underneath here, let's add the subscription button. Okay, so let's actually get whether they are pro account first. So we can check is pro equals to await check subscriptions. Okay, so this subscription obviously is imported from our check subscription file. Then we can create a new component called subscription button.tsx. Okay, so this subscription button is going to take in a few things. So we do tsrafce first. So it's going to be a client component. Alright, so this will take in this is pro. It's going to be a boolean, right? We're going to check, we're going to have a loading state for this, right? So we're going to return a button, right? Import it, just disabled when it's loading. That's going to say that if props.isPro, right, we're going to show manage subscriptions. Otherwise, we're going to ask them to get pro account. Okay, so then const handle subscription. So we can copy this code, const handle subscription from the chat sidebar, right? We can see that we have this handle subscription. So let me copy this and let me paste it in here. So it's the same code here. So then we just, whenever they click on this button, we just want to handle subscription, right? Handle subscription. Alright, that's pretty much it. So let me save this. So let's import Axios also. Save it. Then we can come back to our page.tsx, right? We can then just import it. So underneath this go to chats button, under this go to chats, let us put the subscription button. So we have a div that says margin left of 3, and we have the subscription button from our components, and we'll pass in the isPro prop. isPro, passing the isPro. So this comes from a check subscription function call. Okay, so if everything goes well, right, we can now see that there should be a subscription button that shows up here. So let's wait for it. So in the meantime, let's talk about how do we implement this go to chats feature. So we need to get the first chat within their database, right? So we're gonna get the ID of their first ever chat, and then we'll link them there. So how do we get the first chat, right? We're gonna check let's first chat. We're gonna check if user ID exists first. Then we'll do first chat equals to await db dot select dot from chats. So this from user schema dot where the equals where chats.user ID equals to user ID. Okay, then if first chat exists, then we want to set first chat to be first chat index 0. So this variable here returns us with an array with a list, but we want to get the first element here. So the first chat they have for this user. Then we're gonna check here if it's auth and the first chat exists. Okay, then we're gonna show this button that goes to chats. However, this button will wrap it in a href tag, a link tag. So let me just do here, like here. So let me just import the link component. I'll wrap the button in here. Okay, so wrapping this button here, this link will obviously go to /chat/ first chat dot ID. So it will lead us to the first chat's ID. So let's save this file, and then let's come back to our thing. So right now I see this go to chats. So let me just add one more thing. Let me add one icon to make it look nicer. So for the icon, I'm gonna choose the arrow right icon. So let's get the arrow right icon moving. Oh, it's really lagging really badly right now. So arrow right. So we import the arrow right icon from Lucid-React. Let's give you a styling of margin left of 2. So let's save it. Let me just remove this. Okay, save it, and hopefully there should be an arrow that pops up, and then we'll be able to style it properly. Right now, if we go to chats, it will lead us to the chat page, right? So let me go back here, and right now because we are a pro, it will ask us to manage subscription, right? So right now, if we press this, there is going to be an error, right? Let's look at the error, and I'm going to explain how to fix the error. So the error is that we need to enable the billing test website. So let's look at the console for the error. So okay, so this is the error. So scroll up to the error. They should tell you that you can't create a portal session in the test mode until you save your customer portal session. So just click on the link here that goes to test settings billing/portal. Open it in your browser. So it opened on my other browser here. I'm gonna bring it up here. Okay, and then all you need to do is just enable the billing portal by clicking the button activate test link. Okay, so that's all that you need to do. Then close it off. Alright, then just come back to your thing here, and if you click on manage subscription, this time it should work properly. So it will lead me to the billing portal where I can manage my subscriptions. Okay, so that's also working perfectly. So everything is working fine. So here is where they can manage their subscription, like cancelling, and yeah. So let me just return to chat PDF. So the go to chats function will also work. So I think that's pretty much it. So the last part here is just for this upgrade to pro account in our chat sidebar. So let me close this off. Come back to my chat sidebar. Okay. So for the chat sidebar, I'm gonna do the same for my for this button here. Upgrade to pro. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So for this button, I can actually replace it with my subscription button imported from my component. So we pass is pro. So how do we get the is pro prop? We can get the is pro prop from the prop here. So let's just do is pro. This will be a boolean. Then let us destructure it. Is pro. Okay. Then let's come down here and we'll pass this is pro into this component. So for this subscription button, this is pro, we need to go back to our page.tsx in our chats ID, right? This is where we are rendering this chat sidebar component, right? So now we require a is pro prop here. Is pro. So let's get back the is pro by doing const is pro equals to await check subscription. Okay, so let's import this from our subscription.ts lib file. So let's wait for it to load, check subscription, and invoke it. then we can pass the isPro_prop into the chat sidebar. So then we save it, and then that's it for the progress. Okay, so I think that works perfectly. Everything is done. So that's it. So alright, so we're completely done with the project, and so now I'm gonna teach you how to deploy it on Vercel. Alright, so come down to your let's gonna make a new Git repository from this repo. So come down to your terminal. So I'm gonna stop everything that's running first. I'm gonna stop the server, stop this also, exit. So I'm gonna do let me just delete this. Let's do git status. So you can see that we are gonna try to commit all these files here. So let's do git add dot git commit -am initial commit. Alright, come down to your browser, go to github.com/new. So let's create a new repository together. So here you just name it whatever you want. I'm gonna name it chats pdf-youtube. Okay, just put it as public and create the repository. So you just need to follow the steps that GitHub asks you to do. So we already added and committed, right? Rename your branch, and then gonna copy the remote origin. So let's add the origin, and finally let us push it up to main. So git push -u origin main. So that will push up all our code to the GitHub repo. So now if we refresh this page, we can see all our we can see that all our code is being pushed up. So now all we need to do is come down to vercel.com, add a new project. So add new project, and what you can do is import your chat pdf-youtube for the project name. And for this environmental variables, come back to your .env file. Okay, so I need to copy up everything except for this next base URL right here. So go copy from all the way here, all the way up. Go copy this. Okay, then paste it into my env variables. So the last thing here is I need to add this, what's it called, next base URL. So let's copy this. So let me add the next base URL, and this will be later on changed to whatever Vercel gives you. Alright, so let me just delete this so that we can deploy first. So for now we do have to add that URL, but later when we deploy, once we get the Vercel URL, we can just place it back there. So I think that might be an error, but let's see as it builds. Okay, so the project has been deployed successfully. Alright, so let us go to the continue to dashboard, and let us actually try out ourselves. So I'm gonna visit this domain chatpdf-youtube.vercel.app. So this is the URL that we need to place into our next base URL later on. So for now, let us actually log in to get started. So I'm gonna click on it, log in. It will bring us to the clerk page. So I'm gonna log into with my Google account, and just log in with my here, and so it's gonna lead me back to the home page where hopefully I'll be logged in. Okay, so that's good. So right now I can see that my chats are great. So let me go to the chat page. So you can see the chats being shown here. So let me create a new chat by dropping a new PDF here. So let me drop back in the Edge runtime docs to make sure that everything's working. So hopefully that this will work. So I'm gonna show you how to actually add one more configuration to your Vercel app later, but let's see if this works. Alright, so it works, chat created, and we can see that the runtime works, the PDF is here, and let's ask a question. Let's ask how to use the Edge runtime ? So this should give me a response in regards to the PDF. Okay, so correct, these are all pulling directly from the Vercel docs. You can see that it says Vercel in it, so we know that things works and everything is perfect. So the last thing here is let us change the environmental variables for Stripe and for the base URL. So come back to your Vercel dashboard. Okay, come down to your settings, come down to your functions, right? Choose a function that is nearest to you. So choose, for me in this case, will be Singapore. Okay, save it. So this is where all my serverless functions will execute. So obviously you have to choose one that's nearest to you and your users so that the response time will be fast. Okay, so with that out of the way, let us come back to our general, come back to our environmental variables, right? So we need so remember that we have this next base URL. So let's fill that in right now. So let us add a URL called next base URL. So this we can just copy from the base URL here. So copy here, and let us just pasting the value here. Okay, so I'm gonna save this file. Okay, and also for the Stripe webhook signing secret, come back to our dashboard here. Okay, come back to webhooks. All right, we want to now add an endpoint. So this endpoint will be at our Vercel URL /API/webhook, right? And we want to select events to listen on. So what events are we listening on to our webhook? So remember, we are listening for checkout section completed and invoice payment succeeded. So let's add these two endpoints. So first will be checkout.sessions.completed, right? And also we have a invoice.payment succeeded. Invoice.payment.succeeded. Sorry, invoice.payment_succeeded. Okay, so it's just these two events that we're listening on. Then we'll add the events, and then that's pretty much it. Then you can just add the endpoint, and everything will work perfectly. So now we will get this signing secret, which we have to. This is the actual official one. So copy this, come into our env variables, come into our Stripe webhook signing secret, and let us edit this. So just replace it with the one that you pasted in, copy it, press it, save, right? And one more thing I want to change here is now the button looks kind of ugly within the chat here. See this manage subscription? So I'm gonna just change that by going into our subscription button. So I'm gonna change this button to a type variant of outline. So I'm gonna save it, and I'll push the code up to my repository. So I'm gonna just put change button, commit, and push. So whenever I push, Vercel is automatically going to detect that there's a new changes. It's going to redeploy the entire application for me. So we come back to our original Vercel application, right? Come back to our deployments, and we're able to see it has detected that we have a new commit called change button. So if we come into our, click onto it here, we're able to see the deployment status, the commit change, right? And let us click into it so that we can see what's happening. Okay, so now we just have to wait for it to deploy, and then everything should be up and running and ready to go. Okay, so now that it has finally deployed, let's visit the original page. So let me just go back to our original home page, and everything should work fine. Yes, so now we changed the button. So if you go to chats, at least the button doesn't look that ugly anymore. So I mean, you can style it further, but in this case, I'll just leave it up to you. So yeah, we have completed this whole project. I'm very happy and very proud of you for staying all the way to the end and following through with this project. And yeah, you feel free to continue improving on this project and eventually turning it into a real SaaS product where you can be really making money off of this. So I hope you have learned something from this video. So today I taught mainly about AI, right? How to use retrieval augmented generation to feed in proper context into ChatGPT, right? So I hope that this has been helpful to you, and if you have learned something new today, please do like, comment, and subscribe on this video, because I put in a lot of effort. I hope that you actually learned something and that I provided value to you. So with that, thank you for watching and have a good day.